Mated to the Manticore by Celeste King.
What do you think?
About what?
Do you think you'd be able to handle a Manticore the way that Kiara does?
Darling, if I can handle you, I can handle anyone and anything.
Can you handle worldofprotheka.com's stackable discount?
A stackable discount? That sounds ridiculous.
It's not, I swear. With YouTube exclusive promo code YouTube30, you can get an additional 30% off of audio and ebook bundles that are already listed at a discount.
Audiobooks and ebooks?
That's right, baby. Countless stories for us to listen to by the fire tonight. What do you say?
I say you're listening to Celeste King's Mated to the Manticore. Chapter 1. Kiara. Load up the cargo! A loud voice rings over the docks. We need to have sails up by sunrise. My heart pounds hard in my chest. Beads of sweat run down my temples while I watch the dozens of dark elf voyagers move about the port. It's hard to see them with the night sky so dense and without stars. The cloud cover overhead has even dimmed the bright moon to a dull glow. They carry only a handful of torches among them. Not surprising, seeing as dark elves have better vision in the night than I do. Passing them back and forth while a line has formed to move crates of materials up the plank and onto the bulk of the ship. I strain to see past the bow of the ship, where I know a small passenger boat should be tied. Ever since escaping the mines a week ago, I've been biding my time until another ship from Pyrthos came sailing in to dock for supplies. It had been a long and agonising wait that had forced me to sleep in forgotten alleyways and steal any scrap of food that I could in the meantime. I clutched the strap of my bag, the heavy weight of it comforting against my back. Since the ship had docked 2 days ago, I'd spent almost every waking moment since then gathering as many supplies as I could cram into this thing. From food to water to even a stray medical kit. I'd need all of it for my journey to Milthar. From the stories that I'd heard while working in the mines, plenty of people that worked around me had talked endlessly about the freedoms granted to the humans that lived there. I'd longed for the days to be free from being worked to the bone, or worse, with the looming threat of being forced into the sex trade if I got too mouthy with one of the guards. I'd never had a fair chance at life in the beginning, and the older I grew, the more I began to realise that I needed to take my destiny into my own hands or suffer for the rest of my remaining days. Looking at it that way made for an easy decision in the end. A few of the dark elves collect around a heavy-looking pallet, their bodies straining to rope it up and haul it towards the hull. It gives me enough of an opening to sneak away from my hiding spot and make a break for it. I run quietly and quickly to the bow of the ship, sticking close to the edge of the docks in the off chance that I need to jump in. I'm a fairly good swimmer, but the waters at the port are calm and nothing like the currents past the retaining wall. I'm thankful that I decided to swipe my dark-coloured clothing at the last minute this afternoon before hunkering down in my final hiding spot. It gives me the added advantage, even with the dark elves' stellar night vision. Once I reach the bow of the ship, I spot the tether hooking the small sailing raft to it and check to see if there is anyone close to me before slipping my bag from my body and dropping it down onto the small bench. Next comes my paring knife, swiped from one of the guards in the mines that had beaten us all once it had been discovered missing a few weeks ago. I'd taken the bruises with a smile on my face, the first part of my plan having been successfully obtained at that point. It wasn't the first time I'd been hit by the dark elves, but I made sure it was the last. I'd kept my head down since then, went unnoticed until my escape earlier this week. Lucky for me, pulling it from the holster strapped to my leg, I carefully sliced the sharp edge along the thick rope, slowly unravelling it piece by piece. It comes away easily, forcing me to quickly grab onto the loose rope before the boat drifts away from me with my supplies on it. I shove the knife back into the holster and carefully balance myself over the edge of the docks before jumping off and landing. It rocks unsteadily with my added weight, causing me to gasp and my heart to lurch. Throwing out my arms, I grapple for the side of it and quickly shift the boat back from the wall. The last thing I need is to either capsize before I can leave or scrap the wood against the wall loud enough to draw attention my way. Beads of sweat run down my back, tickling me. Using the rudder, I guide the boat back from the docks and the ship. It's so hard to see out here without the moonlight overhead. I wish I could light some kind of torch to see, but I can't risk being spotted still so close to the port. I doubt the Dark Elves would care about one lowly human's escape attempts, but stealing their boat is another thing. Dark Elves have always been overprotective of their goods, even if they weren't using them. It's what made working in the mines so frustrating at times. They worked us till we keeled over from exhaustion and barely fed us at all. Yet their surplus of food, water, and the alloy we were harvesting for them had an overabundance every single year. Selfish creatures, all of them. I float along the sea until the port is far enough away from me that I feel comfortable lighting up the small lantern attached to the front of the boat. As soon as it illuminates, I look around the small space and spot 2 oars, a flagpole for a sail, and a few ropes tucked under the bench. It makes me grin. When I was little, my father would often read me stories of sailing the great seas and navigating using the stars to guide the way. He'd point out the great star in the sky, telling me to always follow it if I were ever lost. It's one of the only things I have left that remind me of him. When he and my mother had died, I'd been forced into the mines soon after, with nothing but the clothes on my back to take with me. I'd begged my master to let me take anything with me that I could carry, but had been swiftly denied with a cruel laugh. I swear, Dark Elves get off on causing misery. Fond memories and the great star, that's all I have left. I crane my neck up to the sky, smiling a little when a cool breeze drifts by me. It's a calm night out on the waters, a good sign for my journey ahead. I'll need the good weather to keep me in high spirits. The journey to Milthar shouldn't take long. I'm only about a 3 days' journey from the mainland, 2 if the winds can carry me faster. Turning towards the flagpole, I hoist it up and anchor it before spreading the sail and letting the wind do the rest for me. It's around the 6th day of sailing that I realise something is wrong. The clouds had cleared up right as the sun rose on the first day, giving me a guiding point to follow before the sky had become much too bright for me to see anything. I'd made sure to keep the bow of my boat pointed towards the great star, knowing that Milthar would be headed in that direction. Thankfully, the waters had only been a little choppy on the 2nd day and smoothing out on the 3rd day, giving me hope that I'd be arriving at shore soon. But that all came crashing down once a small storm hit, and seemingly completely knocked me off course. I'd run out of food around the 5th day, and by the 6th, today, my stash of water had run dry. Panic soon set in. Damn, I mumbled to myself, standing up in the boat and looking around for anything that could resemble a landmass. I'd been out on the open sea for so long that my usually olive-toned skin had reddened and burned. It hurt, especially on my cheeks where I'd been getting the most sun from looking up to the sky in hopes of being able to see something else other than a stray cloud. A sinking pit settles in my stomach. I can't die out here like this, not after every painstaking measure I'd taken to give myself the best chance to leave for a better life. I have to make it to Milthar. I have no other option. Moving my hand back, I grab onto the ropes securing the sail and twist them around my hand. I pull on them as tight as I can, dislodging the mount and swinging the sail to the other side of me. The wind catches it immediately, taking me off at a pace that has my heart racing. I'm tired from not sleeping well, and on top of that, my stomach hasn't stopped growling since I ate my last piece of fruit late last night. It all seems too unfair, my plan having been dashed before it could even properly begin. All I wanted was to live a life free from the torment of my masters, to be able to create my own path and not be forced down the one paved for me. My parents had lived their entire lives in servitude and died not knowing a better life. I can't accept that for myself. I need to know what it's like to be free, even if it's for only a moment. The boat jerks under me, splashing water into it and spraying me with the cold remnants of it. I shiver and hold the ropes tighter. In the distance, a small speck appears on the horizon. I blink my eyes a few times, trying to get the salty water to clear from my vision, focusing on that speck like my life depends on it. Though I suppose in this case it actually does. I head right for it, the waves crashing underneath the boat hard enough to make my teeth chatter. Strangely enough, the closer I grow to the speck, the harder it gets to focus on, almost as if it is blinking in and out of existence. I have to laugh to myself. I'm clearly so hungry and thirsty that I've begun to have delusions of mystical islands far off and forgotten from the main islands. How stupid. Only my mind would come up with such a thing anyway. My father had always teased me about having an overactive imagination, but perhaps he'd been onto something at the time. The island is a lot more lush than I remember the people in the mines telling me about. Its massive greenery and sandy beaches aren't what I expected to see at all. From the accounts in the mines, Milthar's port was usually bustling with activity. Maybe I'm on the wrong side of the island. I shake my head. Who cares? At least I've made it. I grin, my heart soaring. I've made it. If someone had told me a month ago that I would be running for my life instead of sitting in the stuffy classroom of the bordello, preparing to be sold off to indoor, I would have laughed.
The forest is not your safe space, little one.
But there's no avoiding my fate.
It's you. You're the one.
I've spent my entire life training to be the perfect bride for the top-bidding dark elf. So much can change in so little time.
You understand why you're being punished, right, child?
Your blood. It sings to me.
Please, let me out of here.
You need to learn your place.
But what are you? Where are you taking me?
Run!
I'm a bringer of death.
No, you're not dying. I won't let you.
You won't be able to get out.
Let me go, please.
Sadie, I will make you mine. Chapter 2. Rikran. I steady myself as I head out of my house and down to the city of Bizar. The sun crests overhead, hot and beating down on my wings as I walk. It's beautiful out, the perfect weather for outside activities as well as lounging in the sun all day. Something that in times past I like to do. The streets are packed with manticores from all over Osiris. Most of them are merchants and vendors, toting their wares as they head to set up in the bazaar before the festivities. It's a great time to sell goods, especially to those that have traveled from the outer regions of the island to come here. The Festival of Firelight is one of my favorite celebrations on Osiris, honoring the matron who, as part of the triad, shrouded our island in secrecy from the outside world by the lighting of the torches and a joyful celebration. This year I've been lucky enough to secure myself a place as one of the torchlighters and the speech giver. The king has always been picky about who he chooses to fill those roles, but I've been making my strides cozying up to him, and it's paid off immensely so far. I've been working at this over the last few years, biding my time and working my way up to become an advisor for the king. It hasn't happened yet, but as long as I stay on this path, I have a good shot at it. Rikran! One of the vendors, a manticore with dark-colored wings, calls out to me as I pass by. You heading to the temple? I nod, heading over. Right now, actually. Good. You can take this with you. He hands me a wrapped bundle that is warm to the touch. Let them know it's a gift. Of course, they'll appreciate it. They must be running around frantically by now. I have to laugh as the idea seems completely insane. Growing up as an orphan, a rarity in our culture, I'd spend a lot of time with the priests and priestesses who raised me. I'd been left on the steps of the temple, only a few days old at that point. They taught me all sorts of things that I never would have gotten growing up on the streets alone, giving me a love of knowledge and wisdom, just as the matron had bestowed onto us all those years ago. Holding up the warm bundle, I nodded to the vendor. I'll see to it that they get this. Thanks! I held it in my arms, making my way through the busyness. I'm sure that whatever gift the vendor had given me to give to the temple would be much appreciated. They were constantly getting themselves wrapped up in studying the words of the triad, to the point where sometimes they'd forget to feed themselves. Plus, judging by the aromatic smell wafting through the linen, I can tell that it's fresh bread of some kind. The temple comes into view only a moment later, standing proudly among the city as the golden sides of it glint in the slowly setting sun. It's a beautiful monument, meant to honor the triad for the gifts they'd given to us. If it wasn't for them, we'd still be enslaved. I head up the temple steps, taking them 2 at a time. My shoulder brushes against the door, forcing it open with a bit of weight added to it. The inside is beautiful, with high ceilings and mosaic paintings of our escape from the Dark Elves and how we'd gained our freedom. As a child living in the temple, I would stare at them for hours, wondering about all of the stories that I could see painted onto the walls with such passion and fervor for our fight against the tyranny that enslaved us. I'm still amazed at them to this day. A few worshippers greet me as they pass by, heading out the doors to the busy streets outside. I catch sight of one of my favorite priests, an old Manticore named Siles who helped raise me. Lifting the bundle up in my arms, I grin. I come bearing gifts. His eyes light up. I can smell it from there. Quickly, bring it here. Following him down the hall to another part of the temple where a few other priests and priestesses are, I set it down onto one of their tables and untucked the knot at the top. It is indeed fresh bread, and it smells divine. Rikran, what have you brought? It smells amazing. A priestess, Vivani, grabs my shoulders to shake me slightly. I can't take all the credit. I'm simply the messenger. They crowd around me, picking through the pieces with vigor. It has me laughing to myself. Of all the festivals not to eat before, this one, of course, would be the worst one. Not for any particular reason, but for the fact that the ceremony generally takes quite a while. It's a good thing I'd been walking by that vendor when I did. Are you excited for the speech tonight? Vivani nudges me. I will admit, only to myself, of course, that I am rather nervous, but not because I believe I will mess up, but for the simple fact that I hope the king will notice. Since my plan to worm my way into one of his advisor roles has been a long time in the making, getting to the tipping point of where he'll now actually start seeing my work is a cause for a little bit of apprehension. I know once I'm by his side, I will be the best advisor he's ever had. The problem is the getting there part. Yes, I'm sure it will go well. She snorts softly. I didn't ask you how you think it will go. I flash her a smile. I know, they're one and the same. Of course you would say that. As a priestess, Vivani hasn't been at the temple long. Since I'd been raised here, my knowledge usually far surpasses hers most days. It gives us a friendly bit of competition that I haven't had with anyone before. Plus, it also gives her motivation to keep studying. I like to see her as my pseudo-little sister. Rikran will do fine with his speech. Siles chimes in. He's always been one for his words. That's true. Vivani stuffs a piece of bread into her mouth. The words truly touch me. As an orphan, I've always struggled with my self-image. It isn't often that a mother abandons her young, especially when it's so hard to conceive in the first place. Growing up and knowing that I'd been left had taken a huge toll on me. I've overcompensated for it all my life, trying to constantly prove myself to the people around me. I want to be someone that people can turn to in times of crisis, hence my want to serve the Manticore of the highest position in our society. I'm sure to an outsider it may seem superficial and a bit self-important, but deep down, it comes from a place of wanting to belong in a society where I've never felt I could. In my mind, I'm constantly looked at as the one that was thrown away. Of course, no one has ever said that to me, but the staring as a child would always get to me. Now that I have control, now that I'm an adult that can forge my own destiny, it's time to do so, to finally get what I want. Vivani nudges my ribs, jostling me out of my thoughts. Don't forget your mask tonight. The matron would be unhappy to see you unshrouded. May she strike me where I stand, I tease. Siles gives me a pointed look. Be careful. She just might grant that wish of yours. I bow to them both, mostly to hide my smile and also to show them my respects. I may joke with them quite a bit, but they are the only ones that have cared for me through everything. I owe them my life and all of the success thereafter. I hope to see you after the torch lighting tonight, I say while straightening up. Of course, we wouldn't miss congratulating you. Now, that's being presumptuous. I hold up my hands, even though the compliment tickles me. Overhead, a chime sounds, signaling that twilight is upon us very soon. I'm quickly shooed away soon after. The priests and priestesses scattered to finish their duties before the king arrives to start the ceremony. Pulling in a deep breath and relaxing myself, I head back to the south side of the temple to where most of the ceremonial masks are stored. I have one at my home, but it feels more right to take one from the place that has helped me so much. There will be a piece of them with me as I present myself to the entire island and pay patronage to the goddess that helped keep our enemies at bay. I grab one of the half-face ones and stroke the ribbons on the back of it. On the front it has a beautiful painting of a Manticore with a fierce and just expression on his face, slaying water beasts that look terrifying and horrific. I smile to myself. This one will do perfectly.
Chapter 3. Kiara. My boat crashes a few yards away from the island. At first, I can't see what it catches on, my entire body having been thrown forward since I hadn't been expecting the sudden impact. Once I manage to right myself, I peer down into the curling waters and see that there's some kind of barrier obstructing me from sailing right up into the sand. It's hard to see amongst the heavy waves. It's not exactly a coral reef, but something closer to a handmade substance. A rock wall, maybe. My boat rocks into it over and over again, the bottom of the boat crunching loudly in the process. Using one of the oars, I push away from the barrier and propel my boat backwards into the calmer waters. I end up pulling my sail down and using the oars to navigate instead. With the wind beginning to whip around along with the water's current moving away from the island, it's almost impossible for me to properly get my boat back in towards land. I'm stubborn though, one of my more unattractive traits, and eventually guide my boat to a part of the barrier that isn't sticking up out of the water. It scrapes against my boat, but not enough to completely stop me from getting closer than before. A sandbar traps my boat again, and after a good half hour of trying to dig it out, I simply give up and swim the rest of the way to shore. My boat isn't far from it, thankfully, but enough that I'm completely soaked by the time I get up onto dry land. I breathe in deeply, calming my stuttering heart rate from how much I'd been overworking myself, just to finally have solid ground under my feet. An entire week I'd been stuck on that cramped, oversized raft. I could kiss the sand. Sinking down to my knees, I allow myself to relax for a while and take in the cool air coming up off the water. My boat rocks against the waves, but not as violently as when I'd been stuck on the barrier. I should figure out a way to tie it off somewhere, but I'm so exhausted from lack of water and food that I don't exactly have the energy to swim out to it again and find the rope to do so. Looking back to the beach, I'm surprised with how deserted it is. Milthar is known for being very populated, so it's strange that I've managed to find the one side of it that's completely vacant. Is there a reason for that? Should I not be over here? None of the humans down in the mines had said anything about the dangers on Milthar other than the usual, those who hated humans and thought of us as pests. Running a hand over my forehead, I wince at the tender skin, suddenly reminded of the fact that I more than likely look burnt to a crisp. I used to tan well when I was younger, but spending so much time underground had made my complexion far more pasty than usual. Hopefully once I found shelter in Milthar, I'd be able to swipe some balm for my skin. Getting back up onto my feet, I made my way over to the dense vegetation and pushed my way through. It's much thicker than it looks from the beach. The entire floor is overgrown and hard to walk through, even with my boots covering my calves in thick leather. I kick and break my way through the jungle. Civilization can't be far from here. I only have to travel off the coast until I could run into a house or maybe a small town settled right by the water. I suspect that there's a reason that no one lives out this way, but I can't seem to be able to put my finger on it. Weather, maybe? Up ahead, I see a break in the dense brush and hurry over to it. I hope that whatever part of Milthar I've ended up in is friendly to newcomers. I don't have any money, so befriending a friendly face is going to have to be my #1 priority. Splitting the foliage apart, I step out into open air and a sea-salty breeze. What the? I mutter. I'm greeted with the sea and the same beach I'd just walked away from. Turning, I spot my boat still beached on the sandbar, rocking gently in the soft waves rolling up to shore. How? Pivoting back on my heel, I crash my way through the jungle once more and head straight. I must have gotten turned around at some point, something that feels impossible considering I hadn't been walking long, but still I have no compass, so no way of knowing exactly where I am. It's hard to see anything in front of me, especially since I'm rather short and the leaves overgrowing from the jungle floor are well over my height. I keep pushing through, my body sweating from the exertion and the humidity. When I come to another break in the tree line, I push through it with a harsh vigour. Shock radiates through me when I realise I've ended up on the beach again. How? I turn back to look at the jungle. There's no way. How is this even possible? Over and over again, I make my way back through the trees and the foliage, only to find myself back on the beach more exhausted than the last time I'd ventured through. The first few times, I chalked it up to me being stupid and not realising I'd been getting myself turned around. But as soon as the sun had started to dip over the horizon, I knew something serious was going on. How can this be? Is there some kind of magic barrier surrounding Milthar, preventing newcomers from accessing the island? I can't wrap my head around it. The longer I stay in the jungle, the more I start to lose myself in the delirium that I'm going to be stuck in an endless loop until I die from exhaustion. Tears begin to well up in my eyes as I stumble over an unseen log. Why? Every time I believed I'd finally been set free, I'm reminded about how foolish of a thought that is. Me, a lowly human slave, a runaway, free? Of course the gods would laugh and curse me to an eternal loop of endlessness. My punishment had never been about being born to unfortunate circumstances. No, it was about me fantasizing about a life I could never have. Just barely out of reach but dangled in front of me nonetheless. It isn't fair. My legs cave out from under me, bringing me down to my knees while tears flow down my cheeks. Sobs rack my body in waves, making my already empty stomach heave. The pain causes me to screw my eyes shut and double over while my hand presses into my body. I hate this. Why can't I have anything easy handed to me? Just once in my life. I'm not looking for a life filled with luxury. I simply don't want to die by the hands of external forces working against me. Is that too much to ask for? Leaning my body back, I tilt my head up towards the sky and suck in greedy breaths of air. It calms me somewhat, even though my body wants to continue to have its breakdown. I hardly ever cry, especially this hard, so it's a complicated feeling wanting to do so. I drag my arm over my face, wiping my tears away. Shame tugs at me in a way I haven't felt in a while. Pitying myself is never something that comes easy to me. I've always had to be strong in order to survive, even at the cost of burying my own mental turmoil down deep inside myself. It's hard to feel the need to examine those parts of myself when I'd never had a safe space to do so in the first place. Plus, it isn't like feeling bad about my situation has ever helped me anyway. Picking myself up from the ground, I stumble slightly before getting my footing again. The sun has already begun setting, casting a faint orangey-red glow through the trees. It's pretty, even if it pisses me off. I've wasted an entire day searching for civilization when I could have been foraging for some kind of food. Whatever is wrong with this island is clearly meant to keep people like me away from finding its centre. Sighing, I wipe my face one last time on my sleeve and start heading back for my boat. I'll have to try and bring it to shore before the sun sets. It'll give me a place to sleep until I can figure out what to do in the morning. Maybe I'll sail around to the other side of this hunk of rock and see what's over there. Out of the corner of my eye, something shiny glints, catching my attention. I turn towards it, seeing that it's actually reflecting off of the sun's rays. Squinting at it, it seems almost metal. That's strange, especially out in the middle of a jungle. Curious peaks in me, and I head for it. The worst that can happen is finding out it's some random junk left from probably another traveller trying to access the main part of the island like me. Maybe I can drag it to shore if it's useful. When I finally break free from the foliage again, I find myself standing in a very small clearing. At the centre of it is a large temple-like structure covered in gold. My mouth drops open at seeing it up close. It's beautiful, whatever it is. Treading carefully over to it, I run my hands over the smooth surface of the gold bricks and find that small patterns have been etched into each piece with single strokes, with some kind of blunt tool. Craning my neck back, I look to where the top of the structure is and see that the roof is covered with large tree leaves. Rounding back to the front of it, there's a set of doors that have brass handles as well as a knocker on the left side door. I grab it and give the door a few loud raps. "Hello?" I call out. Only silence answers me. My stomach rumbles uncomfortably, making me waver. If this place is abandoned, I can at least use it as a shelter to sleep in until morning comes. If I'm lucky, maybe someone's left some rations behind. I knock one more time before pulling on the handle and opening the door up. A dank and dusty breeze flushes by my face, making me cough in the process while opening the door up wider. This place obviously hasn't been accessed in a long time, which is both a good and bad thing for me. Good because I won't be fighting anyone for shelter, and bad because there more than likely isn't any food still left in here. Oh well, at least I don't have to sleep on the beach tonight. Stepping into the temple, I leave the door open behind me so that I can see where I'm going. The walls inside are painted with beautiful murals that stretch all the way from the floor to the ceiling. I stop to admire a few of them, the lines and the colours incredible to look at. It's hard to tell what they depict, though. Strange-looking beasts with pointed tails and large leathery wings gather around other similar-looking creatures twisting together in some kind of ritual. I run my fingers over the worn walls, wondering who painted these more than a few times. When I finally hit the end of the wall, I see a set of stairs that lead upwards. The murals continue on, moving in a way that reminds me of the sea's currents. I follow them, heading up the stone stairs until I come to a landing. It branches out from there, the hallway disappearing off into two separate directions. I look back and forth between them, ultimately deciding on the right one. When I reach the first door I come across, I knock softly before opening it. Another hallway? I mumble to myself. Honestly, at this point, this island is beginning to not surprise me at all. Hell with it, I tell myself and head down it. If I end up lost forever inside this place, maybe one day someone will come upon me and mourn me instead of dying outside in the wilderness for some animal to happen upon me and picking my bones clean. I walk for what feels like forever, finally coming to a large opening of the hallway that expands out until I realise it's some kind of room. What's strange about this temple is that there seems to be no places to rest, not even a bench or a stray ledge to kick your feet up on. Below my feet are more murals, but this time instead of being painted on the stone, they've been tiled. Whoever did these is incredibly talented. They're certainly beautiful to look at, even though I don't have a clue what any of it means. Ahead of me is a set of double doors. Assuming I've turned myself around again, I shuffle over to it and pull the doors wide open. I'm immediately greeted with the smells of fresh spice and warm air. What? I blink my eyes a few times out of sheer shock. To my amazement, I'm not staring at the wild greenery of the jungle, but instead a beautiful town square, bustling with activity. Holy hell.
Chapter 4. Rikran. The sun sets right as the nerves in my stomach begin to twist. I hate that I'm letting my inner thoughts get to me. mainly because I know that I can do this. I've practiced for months, even before I'd been chosen. The large torch in my hand is heavy, waning slightly when I shift it to my other side. The fire on top of it blazes proudly in the rapidly darkening sky, warming my shoulders. It isn't cold outside at all, far from it in fact, but the burn feels nice. It grounds me in a way. Priests and priestesses line up on either side of me, holding smaller torches that resemble my own. At the head, one of the older priestesses begins to walk through the city center. The group of us follow her, me in the middle, surrounded by 3 on each side of me. We pass through the marketplace and head down through the town square to where the festival is being held. In the distance, I can see crowds of people waiting for us, their eager energy palpable even from here. At the center of it all is a large statue of a goddess. She's shrouded in a long cloak with her hands outstretched, holding a bowl. We head right for it. There is a soft chattering that lightens when we get closer, causing my heart rate to pick up in anticipation. I know that every one of them is staring at me, the one holding the main torch. Pride sends a thrill down my spine. It isn't every day that someone like me is chosen to uphold such an important tradition. An orphan, abandoned by his own family and raised in the temple, now in charge of something like this. It is quite remarkable. We stop at the base of the statue, the circle around me opening up to fan horizontally. I step forward with the torch raised, lighting the ash on the inside of the bowl. It catches instantly, blazing to life just as we did once we were free. I can't help but see the beauty in such a small gesture. We truly have been blessed to be on this island away from the dangers of those on the outside. One of the priests comes up to take my torch from me, putting it out in a small bucket of water that had been brought from the spring. To my left, the king, Charka Shen, holds out his hands to gather everyone's attention. As he speaks, I look out upon the crowd. There are hundreds of Manticore gathered here to celebrate. A sense of pride, not just for myself, spikes in my chest. Despite the turmoil that I faced as a child, I will say that our people are always brought together under the most beautiful ceremonies. Now, Charka claps his hands together. Please allow me to introduce the Manticore giving us our remembrance speech. Steeling myself when the attention turns to me, I bow to my king before stepping up onto the platform. Hundreds of eyes focus on me, expectantly. For some reason, it fuels me. The passion within me is brewing, not only for the people of Osiris, but for myself as well. I've been trusted with an important part of our culture, one that has traditions and virtue stoked into it from the gods themselves. It truly is incredible that I, of all people, is standing up here. Welcome, I bow to them all. I would first like to start by gathering our hearts and giving them to the goddess herself on this day. May your blessings reach her ears, and may your hearts be filled with her wisdom. Closing my eyes, I lift my head towards the stars, listening to the sound of everyone around me pausing in silence as I beckon the blessings of not only the matron, but the triad as well. It grounds me, giving me the confidence to carry on. Opening my eyes, I continue. We are here to honor the matron and her infinite guidance in our pursuit of happiness on Osiris. She has given us gifts beyond our wildest dreams, and for that, we honor her. There is a low murmur of agreement that filters through the crowd. I force my grin down. As with all things, sometimes darkness is necessary for the development of intuition, wisdom, and the unfolding of mysteries. In our blindness to that around us, it gives us the ability to face truths that may be hard to accept. It is the pinnacle of showing us our true value, as well as letting our faith guide us when all else seems hidden from view. The matron is our lamp in the never-ending night. She lights the way for us, and we need only follow her. Behind me, Charka grumbles softly. I turn to look at him over my shoulder, his nod of approval fueling me further. Turning back to the crowd, I raise my hands up. Let us spend this night celebrating our dear matron, along with the rest of the triad. Let the festivities begin. Cheers erupt loudly, causing me to jump slightly in surprise. Masks are ripped off and thrown into the air. most of them getting lost to their owners as soon as they hit the ground. I laugh at myself, the merriment affecting me just as much as the rest of them. A hand claps down on my shoulder, forcing me to turn. "That was a beautiful speech, Rikran." Charka smiles. "The best I've heard in years." "Thank you, Your Highness." I bow to him again. "It was an honor." He waves me off, someone coming around to hand him a glass of liquor almost immediately. "Go enjoy yourself. You've spent enough time being prim and proper." My shoulders fall a little. "That's it?" Forcing myself to nod and smile at him, I head off of the stage and away from where the dancing and songstrels have begun to form a circle. I don't want to feel suddenly forgotten about, but it seems that my speech has made little impact on everyone. I thought that the rapt attention when I'd been talking had been because my words were ringing true for most of them. I'd affected them like the triad has affected me. Though now that everyone's engrossed in partying, I'm starting to think that maybe I've gotten ahead of myself. Looking back over to the stage, I see the king flop down into his chair to watch his people. He sips lightly from the glass in his hand, his mask tugged off but hanging loosely around his neck. Even he seems completely over my speech. Anger burns in me, but not towards the king or the crowd, but towards myself. I should have spent more time on my words, or come up with better analogies to get my point across. Anything that would have invoked more heartfelt emotion than a few minutes' worth. Failure. That's what I feel like. Groaning to myself, I move away from the bonfire that has started to be formed by some of the priests. Maybe I need to get in on the festivities and stop feeling sorry for myself. This is a celebration, after all. Not some simple gathering because the weather has been nice lately. My fingers make quick work of the ribbons behind my head before my mask is tugged off of my face. I leave it hanging around my neck, knowing that I'll need to give it back to the temple at some point. I could go now, but walking back in the dark by myself threatens to sour my mood more than it already is. A soft song starts to filter over to me from one of the songstrels, bringing my attention back to where it should be. I do enjoy watching the merriment, even if I'm not exactly feeling it myself. Our people are hard-working and loyal to a fault. Having these annual gatherings is good for us to let loose every once in a while. The bonfire blazes to light, causing me to squint at the sudden change. It's hot, even from where I'm standing. A few Manticore children race around it in a circle, linking hands while laughing with each other. A pang of envy hits me in the chest. Happiness. It's such a funny emotion. So many people find it easy to feel, and yet, here I am, mourning something that I never had. Looking up at the stars above, I have to wonder if this is all a part of some grand plan the gods have for me, or if I'm truly alone left to figure out where I'm to go all on my own. Is it wrong of me to want some kind of guidance? I suppose it isn't that strange, but it does make me feel slightly weak for asking for a sign. One of the stars above me twinkles. One day, I'm sure I will learn to listen to when the gods point me in the right direction. Though until then, I suppose I'll have to keep stumbling forward on blind feet.
Chapter 5. Kiara. I stare in awe at what lies before me. It's some kind of market that feels right out of one of the storybooks my father used to read to me before going to bed. The beautiful mural tiles spill out of the temple and onto the streets, paving a way to where all of the stands sit. I look around, hearing people more than I see them. Their voices sound far away, and it has me curious enough to leave the confines of the temple and take the steps down into the market. There is a large wall that separates the market from the activities on the other side of it. Excitable laughter and some voices rising in a language that's hard to understand from behind the stone barrier. I turn my attention back to the empty market, spotting all sorts of fresh fruit, vegetables, and some meats sitting out waiting to be devoured. My stomach groans again, forcing me to hurry over to the nearest stall and grab whatever the first thing my hand lands on. I stuff it into my mouth, moaning at the sweet and savoury taste of it. It slides easily down my throat, quelling the burn of my empty stomach immediately. I have no idea what any of this is, nor do I recognize it from the tales that were told to me before I left Orthani. I'm past caring, though, and move down the stands to stuff my face with whatever I can. I gorge myself, feeling bad only when my stomach pinches uncomfortably from being filled so quickly. I have no form of money to leave any of these merchants, and it immediately guilts me. Looking around for anyone, I realise quite quickly that I'm the only one in the entire market. Where is everyone? Heading back to the first few stands I stole from, I end up finding a piece of paper and a small writing utensil and scribbling a small apology note with a promise to come back to work off my debts. It makes me breathe a little easier, even if the merchants refuse my services later. Patting my stomach, I shuffle through an archway and come upon more merchant stands, but with products inside of food. No one mans any of them, and it makes me even more curious as to where everyone has gone. Maybe I should head back to that barrier, to where the voices were coming from. I stick around this part of the bazaar for a few more minutes, curiously poking through the merchandise displayed. There are some strangely pieced together clothing, as well as tools that, when held up, magnify the surrounding area. I'm amazed and pocket them. I'll come back to offer my services here too. Heading out the way I came, I make my wall over to the tall stone wall separating the bazaar from the rest of the city. It stretches at least 20 feet high, and is much too smooth for me to try and climb it without falling to my death. Brushing my hand along the side, I follow it down until I come upon another wall cross-sectioning it. It's getting harder to see with the sun having finally set a little while ago, but there is a glow of light coming from above. The voices are fading steadily, leading me to believe that I'm moving farther away from them than actually figuring out where the hell I am. I take the new wall and press my hand over it, keeping myself tucked against it while squinting into the dark. Another archway opens up with torches lining a long corridor. They flicker gently, casting heavy shadows along the worn walls and down to where it opens up again to another part of this city. I need to figure out where I am, first of all. After that, I'll find some place to hunker down for the night. If I'm lucky, I'll be able to sweet-talk one of the locals into lending me their couch and maybe a blanket. Not that I really need it in this climate, but it would be nice not to have to sleep in my damp clothes. I trail my hand along the wall while heading down the corridor. It's a little misleading from when I'd first come upon the entrance. Almost like an optical illusion that seems to make it stretch forever forward with no end in sight but the sliver of a promise of light at the end of the tunnel. When I finally reach the end, I step out into a beautiful courtyard. There's a large fountain in the centre that has a statue carved at the top of it. But instead of it being one of those strange-looking beasts, it's of 3 veiled figures standing back to back. I stare at it for a long moment, wondering who they could be. I've heard plenty of dark elves talk about their devotion towards their creators and memorialising them with tangible objects much like this. A cold thread of fear runs through me. What if I've ended up on another island filled with dark elves? The thought almost causes me to stumble back. There's no guarantee that I would be left to my own devices in a city filled with dark elves. Their cruel intentions always knew where to seek out the weak and exploit them for their own benefit. My mind flashes back to the notes I'd left on the stands. The promise of me returning in the morning burns into my brain. Dark elves are notorious for punishing theft in more heinous ways, especially when it comes to humans. I've seen plenty of humans back on Orthani be stoned to death, their hands cut off, their eyes plucked out, and many other gruesome things that the dark elves thought of as a just punishment for such a petty crime. Most of the time, we only stole from them because we were starving or had been forced to for some other reason. It wasn't like we wanted to displease our masters, and not at the rate that it would cost us so dearly in the end. Pivoting on my heel, I turn back to the corridor. I need to get rid of those notes. If they suspect a human is here living among them, I'm going to be dragged out of whatever hole I can manage to hide myself in by my hair and thrown into an even worse punishment than the mines. A shiver rolls through me. Sex slavery is a common trade-off for crimes committed. That's more than likely where I'll be headed if I don't. Music interrupts my thoughts immediately, halting me from leaving the courtyard. I look over my shoulder at the archway leading out to where a soft glow teases me. Without realizing it, I head over to where the sound of the music is coming from. It's a beautiful tune that I've never heard before, lively and bright, and filled with a deep melancholy that shocks me. It compels me to follow it, even though my brain screams at me to go back to the bazaar first. I find myself greeted with a large crowd of people, tall and intimidating in the dark. The soft glow turns out to be some kind of fire that they're all gathered around with that same music haunting in the background. I inch closer, hearing one of the voices growing louder over the procession of people. There's an enraptured feel to what's going on, even if I can't exactly understand the context of what's happening. Getting up close to the people in the back, I lightly push through them to get to the front where the fire is, their bodies moving easily to accommodate my small size. I barely notice any of them, not being able to help myself from continuing forward until I'm faced with the flames. I stare at the red and gold fire that's tinged with a bit of blue. It's hot on this island, but I suddenly feel very cold. The fire blazes bright, warming my front and sending spikes of contentment through my body. "We give our gifts of gratitude to you, matron," someone says near the fire. There's a burst of sparks that has me gasping and putting my hands up in defense, the popping sound of the fire causing me to stumble backwards into the person standing behind me. A large hand comes down to rest on my shoulder, forcing me to look up into deep golden eyes with split pupils. "Are you all right?" they whisper. My mouth drops open. I stare in horror at the flash of fangs and quickly look down to the hand that touches me. Their arms are covered in fur, their fingers thick with pointed claws that look sharp enough to cut my throat. This is not a dark elf. I push away from them and barrel my way through the crowd, causing a few others to whisper annoyances towards me in the process. I get to the edge of the gathering, slamming chest first into someone else. "Hey," comes a growl. "Watch it. Wait, what the hell are you?" Terrified, I push away from them only to find my arm snatched up in a tight grip. Claws dig into my wrist, practically piercing my flesh. Using my entire body, I yank at the hold. They don't even budge. "How did you get here? Where did you come from?" My heart is beating so fast that it's hard to hear the voice over the sound of blood rushing through my ears. "Hello, are you listening to me?" Finally, I turn my head to look up into a beastly face that's covered by a metal-looking mask. Their humanoid face is covered in fur that melds into a long, mane-like hairstyle. Their mouth comes out to a snout with their lips parting back in a snarl to show off large fangs. They tower over me, blocking out practically all of the light from the fire. "Oh, gods! Why are you here?" I can't help it. I scream.
Chapter 6. Rikran. I jump away from the wall when a scream shatters the king's final words to the matron. Everyone around me freezes in confusion, eyes flitting around to figure out where the scream had come from. I move along the outside of the crowd, keeping myself tucked into the shadows. I breathe in deeply, scent the bitter taste of fear in the air, and follow it. There, towards the back of the crowd, I can see Combry towering over a smaller figure that is frantically trying to get away from him. "Let go of me!" a feminine voice shouts. More people around them start to shift away and turn their heads curiously. A murmur of curiosity spatters through them all. Combry turns them both towards the fire, presenting the small female in plain view. I stop dead in my tracks, realizing that he has a human in his grip. Her eyes are wide when she stares out at all of us, glossing over within a few seconds before she goes completely limp. Without warning, she crumples to the ground. How in the world did a human get here? "Is that a human?" someone near them yells. "A human?" comes another voice. "How did a human get into the city?" People begin to waver away from Combry and the human female, a large arch cutting through as everyone scatters towards the other side of the courtyard. There are a few shouts and other panicked sounds that reverberate among those closest to them. "The wall's fallen!" someone shouts. This immediately agitates the crowd and devolves everyone into complete pandemonium. I'm pushed against as a mass of bodies hit me and start moving me back to the center stage that I'd proceeded over during the ceremony. It causes me to lose my footing and vault forward. My tail snakes out and pushes up against the ground, righting me just as I'm about to acquaint my face with the ground. I snap my wings behind my back in annoyance, glaring at the panicked expressions of my fellow manticores. "Seize the human!" comes the booming voice of Charka, rippling through the crowd like a crack of lightning. Stagnant voices tenfold, coming alive as accusations are thrown wildly. "The wall's fallen! Humans are coming to invade!" What else have they brought with them? Hopefully not anything dangerous is all I can think. I head for Combri, seeing him bending over the human with her arm still trapped in his hand. She lays completely still on the ground, not moving at all save for the few shallow breaths she pulls in. "What happened?" I say as I bend down to survey her. "Just collapsed." I brush her long dark hair away from her face and take the strange-looking creature in. Her skin is smooth and devoid of fur, completely hairless except for the top of her head and her eyebrows. She has a rather peaceful expression, contrast with the terrorized one she'd had before she passed out. "What a strange-looking thing," Combri notes. I have to snort at that. I'm not unaccustomed to humans in the way that most of the inhabitants of Osiris are. Since I'm usually stuck in the temple studying with my face buried in books, I've come across drawings of humans plenty of times, though seeing one this up close is rather jarring. "We need to execute that thing!" someone from the crowd behind us shouts. I stand slowly, putting my hands out and turning towards them. "Relax all. I don't believe this human means us any harm." "How can you say such a thing, Rikran?" Combri hisses at me. "This female invaded our festival." I look over my shoulder at him. "She screamed at the sight of you and passed out. How is that dangerous to us?" He fixes me with that famously irritated look. "What is going on?" Charka pushes through the crowd, parting it like a set of curtains. "Gather the human and bring it to the fire. We must get rid of it." His arms stretch out to curl back behind him, a protective stance over the manticores behind him. It never fails to amaze me how deep his love for his people goes. In the face of something so strangely as a human showing up, he doesn't waste a second hesitating. "Sire, we should—" "Enough, Rikran. No one but us must know of this island's existence." I frown and look down at the female near my feet. How can such a creature be dangerous? She doesn't even have sharp teeth or nails. If anything, I could reach over and slice her throat with a single nail while she still slumbers. "Combri, bring the human here." I'm forced to step aside while the guard bends and grips the human by the back of her shirt, hauling her across the ground and over to where the fire blazes. My frown deepens, something in my heart telling me that this is wrong. I follow after him, the crowd parting when he grows closer with her. Her long hair trails behind her while she's dragged, her body flopping uselessly. Charka steps closer to the fire, holding his hand out. "Take any weapons off her so that we may keep them locked away." Combri drops the female and kneels next to her. His hands pat around her body, tucking into pockets and under her clothes for anything that could be dangerous. All he ends up finding is a medium-sized knife strapped to her leg, to which he tosses at one of the other guards behind the king. The female moans softly, rousing from her unconscious state. What? Her eyes flutter open, darting around to the dozens of faces staring down at her. She lets out another ear-piercing scream that has me wincing. Combri claps a hand over her mouth, muffling her voice. She kicks and punches him, trying to get out from under him with a desperation that claws my heart with guilt. "Your Highness," I address Charka again. "Can we please—" "Enough, Rikran." He waves a hand at me dismissively, focusing back on the human. "Throw her in." The female's eyes widen, her fighting becoming even more desperate. Combri lifts her up by the front of her shirt, taking his hand off of her mouth and swings her up towards the fire. "No! Please no!" she screams, clinging onto his arm. "Please, I'll leave. I didn't mean to come here. The guard scoffs at her. You should have thought of that before coming through the temple and desecrating our lands. Tears roll down her cheeks in heavy rivulets. Please, please, I'll never come back, I swear. How can anyone watch this and not feel for her? I look around the crowd, but it seems I'm the only one affected by her pleading. Every other Manticore watches her with complete disregard, some of them even angry. Keeping our island safe from outsiders is, of course, a must, but to go to this extent, for some small female that we can toss out at sea, doesn't sit right with me. At least out there past the barrier, she'd have a fighting chance. Go ahead, Combri. The king nods his head to him. Where is the staff? We'll need it to hold her down. The female chokes on her own sobs, coughing while more tears roll down her face. She swats her hand at the guard's face, causing him to jump back and drop her onto the ground. She hits it with a dull thud that seems to knock the wind out of her. Bitch, Combri growls, pulling an arm up protectively towards his face. She rolls onto her stomach and begins to crawl away from the fire, caught only when one of the other guards steps forward and pulls her back by her ankle. No! Her nails claw at the ground. My heart lurches when she's lifted into the air again and dangled over the fire. A small gasp leaves her as she's let go, her body falling through the ghost of the flames flashing over the pyre. I'm moving before I have a chance to register what my body's doing before it's too late. My arms dart out towards her, instantly wrapping around her before her clothes catch on fire. The flames lick at my fur, ghosting over it just enough to singe the top layer. I beat my wings hard, blasting enough wind around me to scatter embers into the air and panic people into jumping back away from us. I shoot into the air quickly after that, making sure that the female is clutched tight in my arms. I hear the king let out a warning towards me, the words lost on me as I carry her to safety.
Chapter 7. Kiara. I cling to my rescuer, even though I'm scared to death. My body is sore from being dragged around on the floor, along with the ends of my hair smelling horrible from being singed from that bonfire. I can't believe they tried to kill me. What is wrong with these creatures? My saviour flies us into the air with barely any hesitation, moving forward at a speed that has me clawing for purchase on the back of his waistcoat. I have no idea where to even grab to hold myself upright and end up leaning over his shoulder at an awkward angle that hurts my ribs. His wings are loud as they snap together with each pump of them, climbing us higher and higher into the air until I feel completely weightless. My stomach lurches at the weird drop in pressure, making me feel seasick all of a sudden. The fire and the voices shouting up at us soon grow distant and eventually fade away into nothing. Darkness overtakes us, and I'm being carried blindly through the night sky. I hope that he knows where he's going, or that he's even able to see in the dark. My eyes sting as I try to blink them through the wind rushing by us, but it's hard to see anything from how watery they were from crying, and now from the soaring gusts around us. We fly for what feels like forever, and not at the same time. Before I know it, the creature is landing us back in the middle of the bazaar with a sweeping landing that has me gasping for air. I shake in his arms, not being able to control myself or calm down from what the hell just happened. He steps me down roughly and drags me towards a set of closed doors near the back of the market. I fight with him to let me go, my boots sliding along the stone ground in order to try and catch on something to rip me from his grasp. Let go! Knock it off! He jerks me forward. It's no use. His hand around my arm is tight, though not enough to hurt me. I'm so scared that I could drop to the floor again and pass out, which I'm sure I'd do if he wasn't holding me upright. When he opens the double-doubles, he shoves me through the doors and shuts them tightly behind us. I pant and quickly take in what's around us, noticing that he's brought me to some kind of shop. Confusion bubbles up inside my mind. Why the hell did he take me from that riot to here? Azuzel! He shouts, making me jump. There's a commotion from somewhere towards the back of the shop, through a doorway that leads to some unknown place that I can't see down at all. My heart pounds in my chest. Is he calling someone else to sell me to them or something? These horrifying creatures, they can't be like the dark elves, right? Another one of them comes stumbling out into the shop, a silver bowl clutched in his hands, while a confused expression crosses over his face. Oh, hey, Rikran! He stops short at seeing me, his mouth dropping open. You, what? She needs to hide out here. Did you hear me? The beast with the bowl points at me. You, Rikran, is that a human? My saviour sighs behind me. Yes. Why do you have a human with you? It's a long story. Can you hide her here? Chaka will have his guards looking for her soon, and I don't want to deal with that mess at the moment. Oh no. He waves his hands, backing up. No. Do you have any idea what Chaka will do if he finds out you're harbouring a human? My saviour, Rikran, sighs again. He already knows. He was there when I stole her. You stole? You've lost your damn mind. Rikran nudges me forward. You'll be safe here. It takes me a long second to realise he's actually talking to me. What? Safe where? With another one of the creatures that just tried to throw me in a fire and murder me. How is that any safer of an option than letting me go back to my boat and get off this horrible island? All I want to do is leave this place and forget it ever existed. Honesty. I'd take a completely empty stomach and no water over any of this. At least in that situation I had control over my own destiny. Not this. Not with beasts trying to kill me or hunt me down and string me up like some kind of purna. I'm so mad. Why can't I have any luck? Why is it that the second I feel an ounce of joy or like my life is finally looking up that something like this happens? Who did I hurt in a past life to give me such bad luck in this one? Who am I at the mercy of who thinks playing with my life is some sick joke? I can't take any of this anymore. I spin on my heel and glare at my saviour. What the hell? Big green eyes, the colour of a forest floor and actually really beautiful, blink at me in surprise. He opens his mouth to say something, but I cut him off quickly. What is wrong with you people? I know my face must be growing red because I can feel the heat creeping up my neck. Toss me into a fire? Really? What did I even do? Okay, maybe I stole some food, but what the hell? Dark elves aren't even that crazy. Rikran tilts his head. You know dark elves? Yes! I explode at him. All of my pent-up rage from almost being wiped off of the planet comes boiling up to the surface. How dare they? All I did was crash land on his island. What did I do to any of them besides accidentally interrupt their weird ritual? Whoa, the other beast, Azuzel remarks. Dark elves, that's cool. I whip around to glare at him. Actually, screw them both. He puts his hands up immediately in defence. Look, Rikran drags my attention back to him. I'm sorry about all of that. We haven't had another soul on this island, other than us, since we came here. We are presumably a little more cautious than we should be. But it's due to self-preservation. It has nothing to do with you in general. I breathe out slowly, trying to let my anger go. Now that I can see him more clearly, he's much different than I first registered. I'd been terrified when he'd first grabbed me, but now I'm not sure. His golden mane and soft-looking fur reflect nicely under the shop's lights. There are hints of red throughout his hair that catch my eye almost instantly. I drag my attention away from that and focus on the shape of his face and body. He's tall, much taller than me. He stands on two legs that are bent at the ankle, fur peeking out from the hem of his pants and covering his pawed feet. He's built strong, with shoulders that are wide and muscular that match the size of his forearms. His face is actually rather handsome now that I can get a better look at him. I'm still not used to the way those dark eyes track me, almost like a predator watching its prey. Behind him are large wings that have pointed tips that look deadly, along with his dagger-ended tail. All in all, he looks rather strange yet not. Did someone bring you here? The other beast behind me speaks. From another continent? I turn to him and shake my head. No, I floated here on a boat. He's built much the same way as Rikran, only he's a little more lean on his sides. His mane has streaks of dark brown scattered throughout it, along with his eyes being a deep cobalt blue. What happened then? Rikran asks. You need to tell me everything. I sigh and run a hand through my tangled hair. Is that even a good idea at this point? Spilling all of my secrets to someone whose entire species just tried to throw me on the pyre to burn for something as silly as being in the wrong place at the wrong time. It doesn't seem logical to do so, even if it meant him protecting me. But I have conflicting feelings over all of this. On the one hand, I'm scared of what will happen to me, but on the other, he did save me. He brought me to a place that I can presumably crash at until things blow over with the others. Maybe he's planning on talking to them to smooth things over before being able to send me back out to my boat and leaving this place for good. I guess it can't hurt to try, but only if the playing field is equal. Fine, but I want answers too. Fine.
Chapter 8. Rikran. The human takes a deep breath and smooths her hands over her shirt in almost an apprehensive sort of way. I was escaping another island. I was trying to head to Miltar, but ended up landing here. I thought this was my destination, but it turns out it isn't. Her face is set in a hard frown, her eyes avoiding mine while she speaks. For some reason, I'm a little upset she won't look at me. I'd gotten her to when she'd been angry, but now she's avoiding eye contact with me at all costs. I want to see those beautiful eyes of hers again, a deep, rich brown that reminds me of sinking my nails down deep into the earth. I liked the way she'd looked at me, taking me all in while assessing me for what kind of threat I am to her. It hits me somewhere deep, a primal part of me that I've never experienced before. Her eyes tracking me the same way that prey does, collecting vital information about the hunter stalking after them before a strike occurs. I would never harm her that way, of course. However, the stirring in my pants doesn't exactly agree with the sentiment of remaining a gentleman while she figured out whether I'm friend or foe. What are you running from? She shifts on her feet, tucking her arms over her chest. Back on Orthani. I was sold as a work slave to dark elves and forced to mine alloy for them. No, I don't know what they were using it for, nor do I care. But when I got the opportunity to run, I did. I took a small boat and sailed until I hit this island. The island let you on it? Azuzel asks. She pivots to look at him. Why wouldn't it? Like I told you, this place is protected. I gather her attention back onto me, that ancient part of me practically purring when those eyes meet mine. No one is supposed to be able to penetrate that barrier, let alone walk through the temple and out onto our streets. Her arms pull away from her chest and come to rest on her hips. She's thin underneath those clothes, uncomfortably so. It wouldn't be so noticeable if she hadn't placed her hands on what should be the widest part of her. The more I look at her, the more I can see that she's quite emaciated. I'm not personally familiar with dark elves, but their long history of cruelty is no stranger to my people. Back before we were set free from them, we too were slaves to them as well, treated as nothing more than tools to use in the battles that the dark elves waged upon others. Actually, that explains a lot. I raise a brow. How so? When I first arrived here, I kept walking in circles and ending up back on the beach. Oh yeah, Azuzel pipes up again. That was more than likely the patron's doing. Who? One of the triad, I explain. She blinks at me slowly. Right. I don't bother expanding on our religious beliefs. One, because it's far too long of a tale to get into at the moment, and two, she didn't really need to know anyway. What we celebrate and the deities we believe in are our own business. Not some random human who more than likely wouldn't understand the complexity of who our makers are. Well, anyway, she continues, I finally walked through the jungle until I found that golden temple. Honestly, I was just looking for shelter at that point. So I went in searching for a place to sleep, and came upon the door that led me here. She lifts her hands, gesturing around her. That's it? She huffs at me. What were you expecting? I can't help but exchange glances with Azuzel. While usually a mystery, the Triad has never been one to let other creatures breach our borders before. Especially a human as brash and bold as this one. What makes her so special that she's been granted access to us? That question leaves me wondering. Even if her story checks out and she is indeed running from her captors, that still doesn't explain why our island appeared to her in the first place. We were to remain hidden for all eternity as solace from the Dark Elves, a gift from the patron himself bestowed onto his creation. Only those that could be deemed worthy were allowed passage, and no one but the Manticores fit that mold. That is, until now. I run my fingers together at my sides. What's your name? Kiara. Kiara, I murmur, tasting the word on my tongue. It's pretty. Fitting for a Spitfire human like her who has no idea what she's gotten herself into. You haven't answered any of my questions. I roll my wrist. Go on then. I almost laugh when she suddenly becomes bashful. Her eyes dart back and forth between Azuzel and I, a pensive expression falling over her. Her hands come together to wring her fingers between one another before her mouth finally opens. What are you... A laugh escapes me. That's your first question? Her cheeks color again. Just answer me. We're what are called manticores. Manticore? Her eyes dart around behind me. Can your tail actually sting? It looks sharp. I swing it around in front of my waist, smirking when she jumps back. What to touch it and find out. Her horror-filled eyes are much more satisfying than I thought they would be. I drop my tail and flex my wings behind me for good measure. I'm sure, too, a human like her, we are strange-looking and deadly. Which, to some extent, is fairly accurate. However, as manticores, we are a caste of mindful warriors. We strike only when necessary and would rather live in peace than fight endlessly with others. Bloodshed of any kind, excluding that which is meant to protect our kind, is heavily frowned upon. So, no one has really visited this island? Ever? I shake my head. Not since we arrived 500 years ago. Her eyes bug out of her head. 500. Wow. I let her sit on that information before turning to Azuzel. I should let you get home. Now that I think about it, I don't want you here if the guards come knocking looking for her. His hands flex around the bowl still clutched in his fingers. You shouldn't be harboring a fugitive by yourself. I'm the one that made her a fugitive in the first place. True. I'll take the fall for it. I don't want you involved in any way. He frowns at me. You're sure? I don't mind staying. I nod towards the back room. Go. I'll lock the doors behind you. All right. He gives Kiara a small smile, the tips of his fangs peeking out. I hope you like it here while you stay. Thanks, she drawls. I'll try. Azuzel gives me one last nod before turning on his heel and heading out the back way. I listen for the sounds of him leaving before heading over to the front doors and locking them up. Kiara stands idly behind me while I swipe the candle stomper and put out the overhead chandelier. I can feel her wanting to question me further, but she either can't decide on what she wants to ask me or her head's been filled with so much information that she doesn't know what to do with it. Sufficiently dimming the lights, I hang the candle stomper back up and usher her farther into the shop, away from the windows and door. Am I really a fugitive? I didn't do anything wrong. They don't see it that way. They're scared of you. Me? She points to herself. Her eyes are even darker now in the poor lighting, making her look more sultry than before. I hadn't noticed at first, but her lips are rather plush and inviting, tickling that part of my brain that I've been trying to force down this entire time. I bide my time with rubbing my fingers together at my sides, quelling the urge to reach out and grab her face just to see what that smooth skin of hers feels like. How can I be a threat? I wasn't even aiming for this island in the first place. I shake my head. It doesn't matter. We've had peace here for 500 years. You appearing out of the blue would make any society cautious. Throwing me into the fire isn't exactly being cautious, Rikran. I have to close my eyes when my name rolls off her tongue. It sounds so sweet and innocent, yet with a small tinge of need. For what? I don't know, but it's driving me crazy. Rikran. Are you even paying attention? No. Yes. I open my eyes and focus back on her. I heard what you said. I'm sorry that you were put through that. My people are generally not that violent. She crosses her arms over her chest. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. I'm about to rebuttal her when I hear a sound from outside the front door. My hand is around her arm, grabbing her and putting her behind me just as the two doors are busted down and toppled onto the floor of the shop. Kiara's small gasp has me immediately flex my wings to cover her. 4 of the king's guards step into the doorway, their feet crunching on the broken glass from the small window that had been on the door only moments before. The taller one, a Manticore whose name I don't remember, steps forward first. Rikran Chausiku, you're under arrest.
Chapter 9. Kiara. Rikran Chausiku, you're under arrest, the guard nearest me says. One of the other guards comes over and grabs at me, making me jerk away on instinct. He tightens his grip but immediately relaxes it, apologizing for being rough. Though I'm surprised that guards showed up, I'm not shocked. I was expecting this. I couldn't possibly have stayed hidden forever, even with Rikran's help. The one who's got a hold of me introduces himself as Shakrak. His mane is an orangey red with streaks of yellow. I must escort you to the king, he says, his tone pointed but not harsh. All of them are calm and kind, as a matter of fact. They aren't making cruel comments or trying to hurt us. The trio of guards seem to merely be escorting us, as though we're honoured guests and not prisoners. Though Shakrak keeps one hand around my wrist at all times to ensure that I don't try to escape. Rikran is actually just walking alongside the guards, though they aren't letting him out of their sight. I can't stop stealing glances at him. He looks worried, probably for my sake. He doesn't need to worry about me, though. I can handle myself. I touch the handle of the knife in my belt, just to reassure myself that it's still there. We're escorted through the city streets, which are still deserted, along a path that leads us past the festival. I can see people still celebrating in the distance. Sorry you can't attend, Shakrak apologizes to Rikran. They're so strangely nice to everyone. It's almost unsettling. I'm mad that the king seems to take my presence here so seriously, but at least I'm not being treated badly yet. I was just trying to escape my old life, and I never expected to crash onto the shore of this place. The guards take us deeper into the jungle, to a grand structure that must be the palace. The king's abode is carved into the side of a mountain, kind of inside the mouth of a cave. The walls are painted white, probably to reflect the sun away and keep it cool on the inside, despite the heat and humidity of the island. I'm impressed by the grandeur of the inside of the palace as well. There are fountains everywhere, and regal paintings adorning the walls. Everything is hued in tones of shiny bronze and deep browns, very earthy. We're brought to what looks like the throne room. The king is waiting for us. "Greetings," he calls out to us. The guards escort us to a velvet-lined bench, where we're sat in front of the king. The hospitality here is quite something. "I am King Charka Shen," he says, bowing his head to us. "Please, tell me your name," he asks. "I'm called Kiara," I tell him, tone stiff. "You've caused quite a stir, Kiara," he says, stroking a hand over his shaggy beard. He's tall and extremely muscular, even more so than Rikran, and has scars over his body like he's been a fighter for a long time. His hair is vibrant orange with streaks of grey near the temples. He's wearing bands of gold and brown leather braces. There are tattoos all over his chest and arms as well, in intricate, swirling designs. I have to admit, I'm impressed by the fact that the Manticore can tattoo over fur like that. "Tell me how you arrived here," the king demands, leaning forward. I sigh and begin to recount my tale. "I grew up in Orthani," I explain. "My parents were slaves under a dark elf lord. I would have become a household slave as well, but an illness swept through the estate, killing them. I was sold off to the highest bidder and forced to toil in the alloy mines. My mind drifts back to the last time I saw my parents. They were so weak. They wanted so much better for me, but they knew what my fate would be once they were gone. I escaped because I was treated badly. The guards were cruel to me and I never saw the sun. I couldn't bear to remain there my entire life, so I stole a ship and headed for what I thought was Milthar, but ended up here instead, somehow." "Interesting." The king strokes his beard more while he listens. "What made you think this was Milthar?" "I don't know. I just aimed for that island. They have a setup there where if you work for 7 years, you can become free." "So you did not sail here intentionally?" Chaka doesn't look like he believes me. A fierce-looking guard standing next to him leans down and whispers into his ear. "No." I shake my head, agitation rising inside me. Why is my story so important to everyone, and why is it so hard to believe how I ended up here? "What are you going to do with me?" He holds up a hand, still listening to the guard. "All right," he says, finally turning back to me. "Tell me where you landed." I ball my hands into fists, getting tired of answering questions from everyone. "My ship crashed onto a sandbar, a few feet from the shore. I had to swim onto the land. I kept wandering around, trying to find food and shelter, but it seemed impossible until I found a temple that led to the city." "Our temple was breached?" a feminine voice asks, from somewhere behind the king. I look over to see a shocked-looking priestess, holding a hand up to her mouth. This is terrible news. "Why is that such a big deal?" I ask, putting my hands on my hips. "And why am I here? I didn't do anything except accidentally land on your shore. And what are you going to do with me? Because I sure as heck didn't ask the cosmos to land me here on your super-secret island." The king ignores my questions, irking me even more. What is it with these people? They're somehow gracious with their hospitality, but obsessed with outsiders and act like I'm a criminal for accidentally landing on their shore. "At least tell me why you care about my story so much," I demand. The king still ignores me. "Rikran," he calls, summoning him with the crook of a finger. Rikran glances apologetically at me before heading up the dais to the throne. I have to stand there, arms crossed, as the king begins to confer with my rescuer in a low, hushed tone. It's too quiet for me to hear what they're saying. Sighing again, I look around at the room. There's a painting on the wall of someone who looks like Chaka, but with red hair instead of orange. A younger version of the king stands next to him, one arm on the throne where the older man is sat. Is that the king's father? Where is he now? Chaka doesn't look old enough for his father to be deceased. Unless something happened to him. Maybe that's why he's the one ruling. A member of the court is staring at me from across the room, boring holes into me with their eyes. I can feel the way they stare. Have they never seen a human before? Rikran made it seem like they probably haven't. 500 years like this, without a single outsider. No wonder they're so paranoid about me. He's still up there, still talking to the king. I wish I knew what they were discussing. Waiting around like some damsel in distress is boring. The other members of court are interesting to look at the very least. They are all very similar looking, but so different at the same time. Their fur ranges in colour from golden to amber to fiery red, and some of them are even so red that they almost look purple-hued. It's fascinating to me. I spent all my life around the dark elves who all had deep, jewel-toned skin. The Manticore people are so much brighter than them. I have to admit, even though I was aiming for Milthar, I don't hate having ended up here. It could be worse. At least the king is kind to me right now. Glancing back, I realise that the king and Rikran are still talking. I make a face. What could they possibly have to talk about this long? I feel insulted. He barely asked me a half-dozen questions before deciding to talk to my rescuer instead. Finally, after what felt like forever, but was actually probably no more than 5 minutes, Rikran and the king stopped talking. "All right, I've heard enough," Chaka says, holding up a hand. "There are more festivities tonight, and I am required to attend them all. Also, it is very late. Rikran, Kiara, the two of you will remain at the palace until things can be sorted out." What does that mean? At my questioning expression, the king clarifies. "We will resume our discussion on this topic tomorrow. For now, Shakrak, Combri, please escort our guests to a room." I'm not entirely surprised at the level of hospitality the king is showing, but it's still nice to know that I'm not about to be banished to a dungeon for the night. Shakrak comes over and takes my arm in his, as though I'm a guest. The other guard, the one who stood closest to the king and spoke in his ear earlier, comes as well and gives a pointed look to Rikran. They escort us along the corridors of the palace, giving me an opportunity to see more of the interior. It's still quite remarkable, very cave-like in atmosphere, but nothing like working in the mines on Orthani. Instead, it feels very relaxing, like a place to curl up and take a nap. We stop in front of a room with a rounded door, and the one called Combri unlocks it, ushering us inside. "Well, I guess we're stuck here for the night," I say, looking around. Crap, there's only one bed.
Chapter 10. Rikran. Damn and double damn. I did not want to get the king's attention like this. My first instinct is to growl and slash at the guards and take off with Kiara again, find a spot to hide her away and protect her. But I know that I risk both our lives if I do that. I duck my head as the guards lead us to the palace, annoyed that I let my rashness get the better of me, yet again. All I wanted was to impress the king with my speech and gain his favor to become an advisor. Now I was facing punishment for protecting an outsider. Guilt washes over me and I feel a trickle of sweat down my back. I glance over at the stoic expression on Kiara's face. She's being strangely calm in the face of her inevitable punishment. Something about her calm manner prickles at me. I swooped in without a second thought to my own fate to protect her. It would be nice if she understood what that meant. Instead of stewing, I turn back to face the path, walking with my eyes straight ahead. No use crying over an upturned milk dish. The main thing for me to focus on right now is how to fix my tarnished reputation. Not just with the king, but with the temple and with our people as a whole. If I can spin this tale of woe into a heroic story, I might be better off with our king, at least. And if I can get the king on my side, I'll easily sway the others. Puffing my chest up a little, pleased with how quickly I was able to work it out mentally, I await the moment to pull the king aside. When we arrive, I notice that Kiara is looking around the palace, an expression of wonder on her face. It turns her from looking harsh to looking much softer, a little more cute. It's quite a change. The king introduces himself and asks Kiara questions before Combri, his personal guard, steps in to bend his ear. Things aren't going the way I want them to so far. I need to step in. But do I speak up, possibly incurring his ire for interrupting? Or do I wait until called upon? Rocking back and forth slightly on the balls of my feet, I hold my hands behind my back. I can be patient for now. I glance at Kiara out of the corner of my eye and notice she's growing more agitated as King Charka continues to confer with his guard. Finally, he breaks away, beckoning me forth with his finger. Now is my chance to save the situation and spin my side of the story. I approach, kneeling next to the king out of respect. What exactly happened here, young Rikran? King Charka asks. When I saw the outsider, I begin. My immediate thought was how to protect Osiris against the threat. I thought if I got the outsider away, I could interrogate her and discover her true motives. I know that you have guards for that sort of thing, but at the time my greatest instinct told me that if she was brought straight to you, she could have been planning for just that and used the opportunity to assassinate you. I see, the king nods. And what was your plan? I thought if I were to get her to trust me, to let her think I was protecting her from danger, I could get her to lower her walls and tell me the truth, I whisper, glancing at Kiara again. The truth is, I wasn't really thinking that at all. No. My mind was more on the fact that I thought she was the prettiest creature I'd ever seen, and I had to protect her from getting hurt. Maybe it was foolish and impulsive, but it saved her from being executed at least. Good thinking, the king nods. I like your plan. I don't buy her story about being a slave on the run, do you? Not sure, I fib. I can get to know her more and stay by her side. I can suss out if she's telling the truth. That is an excellent strategy, the king agrees. I'm beside myself that he's so pleased. I need you to take charge for now of keeping an eye on her. Can you do that? Nodding vigorously, I tap a hand, fingers curled inward over my heart. It's how we show our loyalty to the kingdom. Good. The king looks up at the crowd that has gathered around, waiting to hear his decision on what to do with the outsider. I've heard enough. He tells everyone that he's going to make a decision in the morning, and that the two of us will remain at the palace until then. When the guards begin escorting us, I see Shakrak take Kiara's hand in his arm, and something inside me bristles. He can't just casually touch her like that. Combri, the king's own guard, helps escort us to a guest room. It's obvious to me that the king wanted me to be able to keep an eye on her until the morning, but Kiara doesn't know that. So it's no surprise when she stammers out that there's only one bed in the room. I think the king wants us to be together so they can keep an eye on us. I tell her a little white lie. I want the king to think I'm keeping an eye on her, but in reality, I'm glad we weren't separated. If she was staying elsewhere, I wouldn't be able to protect her like I can from here. She's obviously in danger on her own, and I'm the only one on her side for now. So it's best that I stick close to her, even if I'm annoyed at how badly this day has gone. I still don't think I've impressed the king very much. What did you and the king discuss? Kiara asks as I pace around, trying to get my thoughts in order. You, I say, dismissing her question. Obviously. I know that. Kiara's voice rises. Obviously, but what exactly did you discuss? It's not important. I gaze out the window. The sea is in the distance, the stars shining down on it like twinkling jewels. What matters is that you're safe, thanks to me. Oh, gee, thanks, Kiara says, sarcasm dripping from her tone. You're my savior. No need to call me that, I shrug. You can just call me your hero. Kiara lets out a noise that sounds like a cross between a huff and a snort. You're so full of yourself, aren't you? She asks. I turn away from the window, facing her. If by full of myself, you mean full of the knowledge that I am, in fact, amazing for saving your cute little tush, then yes. I give her my biggest, shiniest grin. She rolls her eyes and chuckles, shaking her head. Whatever. You should just relax, I tell her. I've got everything under control. I doubt that. She sits on a cushioned chair. What are we going to do about escaping? Escaping? I raise one eyebrow. I don't know why you'd try to escape. There's no reason. Because obviously I don't want to be executed for being some kind of political prisoner, she says, rolling her eyes again. You won't be executed. I wish she would just have a little more trust in me. I know what I'm doing. My skin itches and I want to bite something. She keeps acting like I'm a moronic fool who just happened by when she needed help. Well, if you won't help me escape, I'll do it myself, Kiara says, approaching the window where I'm standing and pushing me out of the way. I don't budge, though. Escaping is pointless. I turn to face her. We're hundreds of feet up. You won't get down without injuring yourself. And you're safe here. The king won't do anything to you. I don't know why you're so determined to act like we're a race of beasts intent on devouring you. Fine. Kiara purses her lips and furrows her brow. So you want me to just wait around while some stranger decides my fate? No, I want you to have more trust in me, I snap. I'm done with this conversation. It's going nowhere. In fact, it's going around in circles back to the place we started. Deciding to end things here and now, I start stripping off my clothes, readying myself for bed. Kiara lets out a squeak that I would find adorable if I wasn't so pissed at her, and I turn, raising an eyebrow. Her eyes are wide and she looks at me, up and down like I'm about to attack her. What? Does she really think I just throw myself at her? I scoff and turn away, continuing to take off my clothing. Out of the corner of my eye, I see her covering her face with her hands, clearly shy. Oh, so the big bad beast is really an innocent little cub. I smirk at her expression. Does this bother you? I ask. No, she protests. Then why are you behaving this way? I'm confused by her response. If it truly doesn't bother her, why is her face red and why is she acting flustered, as though she's expecting something to happen? Is she expecting something to happen? I hope not, because as much as I'm attracted to her, I'm still quite annoyed with her at the moment. Really, I'd prefer to just get some rest and settle things in the morning. There's a knock at the door and Kiara practically flies over to it. It's one of the maids holding a stack of clothing. The king wanted you to have some clothes, some nightwear for tonight and a dress to change into for tomorrow. Thank you, Kiara says, shutting the door. Suddenly, it's just the two of us alone once more. Kiara gulps loudly.
Chapter 11. Kiara. After our argument, I expect Rikran to storm off in a huff. What I don't expect is for him to start undressing. What is he doing? Is he getting naked? Just because there's only one bed does not mean that something like that is going to happen between us. I may have panicked a little when he flung his tunic to the side. His body is, well, it's quite a sight to see. His furred skin is deep golden blonde with hints of red, less so than his mane, but still striking. He's built quite nicely with thick biceps and strong, thick thighs. His abdomen tapers down into a V, his body cut and chiselled from the gods. He's got abdominal muscles galore, and his pectorals are even larger than my breasts, which is saying something. Honestly, it's unfair how swoon-worthy he is. Under his tunic, he looks like he could crush a Tizran with those thighs. I'm trying not to look, but he's making it difficult as he starts pulling off his under-tunic and braces. And his mouth. Though he's got teeth like me, two small canines poke out from under his upper lip. He's got an animalistic face, but somehow that makes him more ruggedly attractive. It's unfair. I may make an embarrassing noise when I see his back muscles rippling as he removes his leather bands. He seems to instantly pick up on the noise and turns, asking me what's wrong. Stumbling over an explanation, I finally decide to tell him that nothing is wrong, though it seems he doesn't believe me. It's only when the maid knocks and brings in a bundle of clothing for me that I see salvation. I rush to the door, thanking the maid for bringing me the clothes. It's so thoughtful of the king to think of me like this. When I turn back around, though, Rikran is staring at me, an odd expression on his face. "Why are you acting like this?" he demands. "I'm not acting any way at all," I protest. I know I'm lying, but he doesn't need to know that. He continues, unwrapping the scarf around his neck. Do Manticore not have issue with nudity like humans? Clearly not. I'm just wondering why you insist on getting naked to go to sleep. That's all we're going to do, right? Why would we do anything different? You're undressing, I practically shout, throwing my hands up. To go to bed. Do you not get undressed to go to bed? Yes, but I don't get naked. I'm not naked, Rikran points out. It's true. He's still got trousers on. I know I'm overreacting, but this situation has shown me that I'm definitely a lot more skittish about things than I realised. We have to share a bed, I point out. Rikran brings a hand up, scratching awkwardly at the back of his neck. Ah, I see. I've made you uncomfortable. I understand. I can sleep on the floor if you need. Instantly, I feel foolish and stupid for assuming that he would do something to take advantage of our situation. Of course he wouldn't. He's been pretty kind to me so far, as have all the Manticore, and it would be silly to wait all this time if he was really going to do anything to me. Ah, no, it's fine. I wave my arms wildly, trying to cover the red in my cheeks. Of course I'm an idiot. Why would Rikran even be interested in me? He's a Manticore. I'm a human. I'm sure he's got all kinds of women falling for his charms. I don't know why that thought rankles me so much. We can't even get along for 2 seconds in a row, it seems. I'm not interested in him, even if he is really cute and so very, very built. I mean, no other race on Protheka even cares about humans. Why would the Manticore, let alone Rikran? Just because he saved me doesn't mean he thinks much of me. I'm sure he was just focused on impressing the king or something. We can share the bed, I offer, trying to broker some peace between us. Just, don't touch me. And no funny business either, okay? I know he doesn't think of me like that, but I need to make sure he doesn't think I think of him like that. Rikran gives me an incredulous expression and bursts out laughing. I feel instantly prickly at this. Why is it so funny? I'm not some hideous beast, right? Nothing will happen, he says, sobering up when he realizes I'm annoyed at him. I give you my word as a free citizen of Osiris. He puts his closed fist over his heart, like a salute. What's that? I ask. It's how we show our respect and loyalty to those important, he says. It means I give you my most solemn vow that nothing will happen between us, unless you want it to. He winks at me and I feel my entire body heating up. Gods, no! I burst out instead. Just turn around. I'm going to change now. No peeking. Rikran laughs again but turns, complying with my request. Snatching up the white nightdress, I slip out of my dirty, battered clothing and into the clean, soft cotton garment. It's funny how wearing clean clothes can make everything suddenly feel 100 times better. I've been in my tunic top and leggings for days now, and they're sweaty, grimy and stiff with dried salt water. Being in fresh linens makes all the difference. Once I'm done, I clear my throat. You can turn around now, I say, moving towards the bed. Rikran finishes undressing as well, so he's only in a pair of tight-fitting briefs. I suddenly find the tapestry on the wall intensely interesting, trying not to look at the clear outline of him in the briefs. Joining me at the bed, we pull the covers down and climb in, settling onto our own respective sides. Sleep well, Rikran says. I yawn, feeling the fatigue of the day setting in. You too, I answer. Though I'm exhausted, sleep doesn't seem to want to come. Rikran is asleep almost instantly after closing his eyes, but I can't seem to relax. It's because his presence is there, right next to me in the bed. I don't know if I'm worried something is going to happen, or if I'm hoping something might happen. But that's ludicrous. Nothing is going to happen. Rikran might be many things, an idiot, a flirt, a know-it-all. But he's not a scoundrel. At least the short time I've known him, he doesn't seem like one. My mind drifts back to the events that led to this point. I can't believe I managed to escape the mines and make it as far as I did. Even though I had hoped to be on Milthar by now, I guess it isn't so bad that I made it here to Osiris. King Chaka and his people seem kind. Maybe this is the best thing that could have happened. If they are truly kind, they may let me stay. I won't have to continue wandering to find freedom. I could persuade them to let me work for my freedom like they do on Milthar. Or maybe they would let me have my freedom without working for it. The only thing I know is that I need to speak to the king tomorrow and find out what he plans to do with me. I turn, feeling a little restless, and see Rikran slumbering away. He looks so peaceful like this. His jawline is strong, and he's got high cheekbones and a broad snout. His nose is black at the tip, like an eye pin, glistening in the moonlight. A part of me wants to reach out and stroke a hand over his fur, to see if it's really as soft as it looks. The idea is silly, of course, but it sticks in my mind like an itch that can't be scratched. Maybe I'll just brush my hand over his mane. Just to feel it, of course, just to satisfy my curiosity. I reach out slowly, almost nervous. I don't know why. Maybe I expect Rikran to wake up and demand to know what I'm doing. But he doesn't. He continues to slumber away, making me jealous of how easily he's able to turn it all off and sleep. So I move my hand out slowly, inch by inch. Just as I get close, he lets out a snort and I panic, thinking he's about to open his eyes and catch me. When he doesn't wake up, I continue to move my hand until it just brushes over the top of his mane. Wow, it's softer than I even imagined. I stroke it for a few seconds, still worried I'll get caught, but the repetitive motion seems to soothe something inside me. Slowly, I find myself getting more relaxed and comfortable. It's nice, just being close to another person like this. I haven't been close to anyone since my parents died. I miss them. And I wonder what they would think of me here, now, on this paradise island, among the Manticore. Would they be happy for me to be free or disappointed in me for getting myself caught up in a dangerous situation? I think my father would be proud of me. Mum would be worried, but she would ultimately understand. A tear rolls down my cheek as I think about them, but out of nowhere, a protective arm wraps around me, and Rikran tugs me towards his warm body. At first I consider pushing him away. I don't want him to think I'm okay with this, but I kind of like it. It's soothing and relaxing. It makes me feel less alone and I like the closeness. This time, when I close my eyes, I find myself drifting off to sleep without further issue.
Chapter 12. Rikran. The next morning I wake to find Kiara snuggled into my arms. I look down, amusement creeping over me as I realize that for all her protesting about not touching her, she's the one wrapped around me right now. I gaze at her, taking in her sleeping face. Her full lips are parted as she breathes in and out. Long lashes rest against her cheeks, and though her skin is sallow from many years in the mines, the olive tone is taking on a vibrancy from being out in the sun. Reaching out one finger, I stroke it along her soft, warm skin. It feels very different from the fur of the Manticore people, softer and a little more cool to the touch. At that moment, though, a maid knocks loudly on the door to let us know the king wants to see us soon. Withdrawing my hand hastily, I move backward, not wanting Kiara to know I broke my promise. She blinks her eyes open, staring up at me, confusion in her earthy brown eyes. "What?" She sits up. "What's going on?" "The king has summoned us," I tell her. "We need to get up." She stretches and yawns, stumbling from the bed to the attached water closet to do her morning ablutions. I also get up, dressing in the clothes from the night before. It seems as though the king's kindness in giving out garments only extends to Kiara. When she emerges, she's dressed in the simple teal cotton dress that the maid gave her to wear. She looks freshened up and much better than when I rescued her. "Good morning," she says, breezing past me to leave the room. I scramble to follow behind, gently guiding her way through the palace. The king is in his throne room already when we enter. I bow to him and salute him with my closed palm over my heart. Kiara watches me from the corner of her eye before clumsily mimicking me. It's enough to make me nearly lose my composure, wanting to chuckle at her so badly. I refrain and we are asked to sit before the king once more. "So," he gazes at Kiara, "I've decided what to do with you." Kiara leans forward. My ears perk up in interest. "What's going to happen to me?" she all but demands. I wince. She's a stranger to our lands, but even a commoner like her should know how to respect the local customs and not yell at the royal leaders. "Please," the king holds up a hand. "I'm getting there. Patience." Kiara frowns, a wrinkle forming between her brow. I don't mean to be rude, she mumbles, red splotches appearing on her cheeks. I apologize, my lord. I have thought long and hard about it, the king continues speaking, looking past her misstep, and I have decided to test the boundaries. If you can show us how you entered our land, maybe we will finally get some answers. Well, at least the king is ready to deal with this whole strange situation. Kiara seems satisfied with this answer. Come! The king claps his hands together. Servants, fetch me my traveling robes. Guards, prepare the Samnak for travel. The court flies into a tizzy. They're in shock that the king is really going to bring the outsider to the temple so she can confirm her story. My fingers flex, automatically wanting to take Kiara's hand in mine. I want to shield her from this, to protect her. What if it doesn't work, and she's trapped outside the barrier? We leave, the king bringing all his entourage and many members of the court. Even some of the villagers join us, wondering what all the commotion is about. As we walk, I hear the villagers talking. Rumors circulate that the outsider is everything from an orc spy sent to test our defenses to the incarnation of the matron herself. I have to laugh at that last one. We reach the temple and a sizable crowd gathers around us, watching as the king sends Kiara inside, back to the island shores. 2 guards accompany her to verify that she is able to pass through. The king summons his most trusted circle of advisors to stand with him inside the Golden Temple. I follow behind, not wanting to be left out. Inside the temple, we watch with bated breath as the 2 guards walk through the innermost sanctum doors. Did she make it? Is Kiara back? She walks through the doors and some start to cheer, while others loudly whisper about what this might mean. My jaw drops. She must be truly special to be the first outsider, the first human woman to ever make it past the temple's magic. Kiara's brow is furrowed, and her eyes cast in every direction, as though she's as confused by this turn of events as the rest of us. The barrier is down, Advisor Vazak shouts. Our defenses have been breached. It's the only explanation, Chiad agrees. Nonsense. Nalta shakes his head. I believe that the barriers are still intact. I think that this means that our outsider has been sent here by the Triad. She can pass through because she is pure of heart. The advisors can't seem to agree on what this means. Arguments break out, with some believing that war is inevitable now that the barrier is down, while others disagree, thinking that it means that the Triad has blessed her arrival. While they argue, Kiara just looks confused. I slip over to her side, hoping to find out from her what happened. When you left, were you able to get through to the beach with no issue? I ask. She blinks, looking up at me. Yeah, I don't know what the fuss is about. It's a big deal to some, I shrug. And when you came back, was there any issue? No. She shakes her head. I don't really know why, but I was able to come through behind the guards with no problems. All right. Silence. King Charka holds up a hand, turning to face the gathered crowds. I stand corrected in my thinking. The outsider has made her way through exactly as she described. As is the case that she was telling the truth, she is asked to remain on Osiris until we can truly figure out how this happened. But what if the barrier is down? Vazak asks loudly. I would like a team of guards and priests to check the borders, just in case there's something else going on, the king continues. Vazak, if you're so worried, you can join the team. Chiad, you as well. The 2 advisors look satisfied. I know them well. They wouldn't believe it to be true unless they were able to look for themselves to make sure the borders are still closed. The king is wise for having them be part of the scouting team. Also Charo, Zumurs, Shakrak, and Combre, he adds. I dig my sharp nails into my palms, gritting my teeth. The king has not chosen me to help with this favor. Why? I'm just as capable as Charo and twice as intelligent as Chiad. As the frustration simmers over inside of me, the king turns to me. I have an important job for you, Rikran, he says. Exhaling, I turn to face him. Okay, no need to blow up at the king. I should put more trust in the king to see that I'm worthy of being his advisor. What am I to do for you, my liege? I need you to keep an eye on Kiara. Look after her. Show her around the city. Maybe there's more to her arrival, maybe not. I believe she is telling the truth that she didn't intend to arrive here, but I'd prefer to keep an eye on her either way. Can you do that? I nod. Of course, my liege. Good. Get close to her and make sure that if there is anything more we should know, that you report it back to me, understood? I will, I agree, tapping my hand to my chest. You can count on me. I know I can, the king says, tone serious. A grin threatens to break out on my face at his words. I will summon the two of you to return to the palace when the time is right, to discuss the implications of our outsider's arrival. Kiara, I correct him, not realizing what I'm doing at first. What? I cringe. Did I really just correct the king? What was I thinking? I swallow hard and stand up straighter. So sorry, Your Highness. It's just that her name is Kiara, not the outsider. Yes, I'm aware. The king goes silent for a moment, stroking a hand over his beard. My stomach drops. You're right, he nods. It is only proper to call our new friend by her name. Kiara. He calls out for her and she steps forward, approaching him. I breathe a sigh of relief. Yes? You will stay with Rikran under his protection for the duration of your stay on Osiris. He will take you around and show you our lovely city. He smiles. Thanks, Kiara says, giving a tight-lipped smile in return. We don't mean to treat you as a prisoner or a hostage. We only want to ensure that your arrival does not foretell bad things to come. We have maintained peace and prosperity here for so long that you must understand why we might be wary of outsiders, King Charka explains. Oh, I get it, Kiara says, but I assure you I'm just as lost as you are about everything. I hope you'll find it comfortable staying with us, he continues, brushing past her words. You are welcome to visit anywhere in the city you'd like. If you need anything at all, you can send a message to the palace, and I will ensure your request is granted. Thank you, Kiara says again. She glances over at me, a strange expression in her eyes. I wonder what she's thinking. Either way, I'm excited that I get to spend more time with her and that the king has entrusted me with such an important task.
Chapter 13. Kiara. What the hell is all that about? I'm glad I passed whatever the Glacies test that was supposed to be. Not like it's hard to walk through a temple, right? But I'm even more baffled about this magic everyone is so concerned about. Also, I'm a little irritated that the king decided that I needed a babysitter. Especially one like Rikran. We can't even seem to get along for more than a few minutes at a time. Whatever. As long as it gets me closer to my freedom, I'll do whatever the king wants. Even if it means spending more time with Rikran. So, what are we doing now? I ask. I'm fully prepared for him to kick up a fuss about having to babysit me. Do you want to see my home? He asks, 2 splotches of pink appearing in his blonde, furry cheeks. Is he not mad? Sure, I say. Lead the way? We set off on the Samnak, heading towards the city outskirts, where more of the houses are situated. Once we arrive, he helps me off the Samnak and we approach his home. There's a high protective wall around the house, and once we walk past it, I see a set of wooden double doors with large, round brass handles. We walk inside and the air is cool, despite the heat outside. There's an entryway, decorated with large, bronze vases of red palm fronds. A long, brown and gold rug decorates the hall. I spy rooms off the entryway, a large bedroom to the right and a smaller one to the left, both with hanging curtains to close them off. I spot 2 more bedrooms that branch off from the hall as we walk. He's got plenty of room here for a whole family. I wonder why he's alone. Rikran continues our tour, taking me into the living area, with a large Samnak fur rug and plenty of cosy pillows and a few benches for sitting. I spot a veranda off the living area, with a shaded covering. Another curtained-off room leads out of the living area. "What's that?" I ask. He pushes the curtain open, hooking it so we can walk through. Inside is a shrine to the Triad, sitting on a stone table. A large rug sits in front, along with a pillow for kneeling. "This is the family temple room," he says. "Well, it would be if I had a family. It's just my temple room," he corrects himself. I walk over to the shrine and gaze at it. It looks so lovingly kept. I almost want to touch the tiny statue of what I assume is the matron, but I don't want to upset Rikran. "Shall we continue the tour?" he asks, a smile on his face. He shows me the bedrooms that we passed. They're small but cozy. They kind of remind me of animal caves with the way the walls slope. He takes me to the final parts of his home, showing me the large well room for drawing water, the storeroom for the granary, and then out back, where he's got a few Torah roaming around in a sprawling yard. More palms decorate the sides of the yard, along with a few fountains. There's a stable tucked into the back corner, where the Torah must go at the end of the day to rest. Overall, it's much more modest than the palace, but still pretty great. I'm impressed with the work that went into building and decorating it. "Do you like it?" he asks. "It's nice," I exclaim. "I've never had a place of my own like this before. I shared a hut with another girl in the village." "You can take this room." He shows me to the second bedroom on the left, nearest the bathroom. Once I've had a chance to put away my few meagre belongings, he tells me to join him in the living area. Entering the room, I glance around to see Rikran, standing on the veranda, muttering about wanting another chance to speak to the king. I catch a few snippets. "Just want to prove myself, can do more if he would just let me, wish he would trust me with." Clearing my throat so as not to startle him, I stand near the open wooden door. "Can I talk to you?" I ask. He turns, a sheepish look in his eye. "Were you listening?" "I don't know what you're talking about," I say, lying to save him from embarrassment. "But I do know that I want answers. Why is the temple such a big deal? Why is it such an issue for me to be here? And why do people think I might bring doom and gloom?" Rikran sighs and gestures for me to sit. I take a seat on a low, fur-lined bench against the far wall. "I'll tell you everything you want to know," he says, "but promise me you'll keep an open mind." "Okay," I nod, and Rikran starts to explain. Long, long ago, when the Dark Elves were first created, from the 13, the Hunter filled the world with everything they needed to survive and thrive, all plants, vegetation, animals, and other life. I know this much. I heard stories from the Dark Elves about their world creation myths. One of the animals created by the Hunter was the Leica. At the time, it was a massive wild beast that the Dark Elves saw as a tool in the battle against their enemies. But they demanded that the 13 make the Likar more intelligent. They wanted the beasts to be able to strategize their attacks, not just to ride them into battle. I nod, listening. The Hunter heard their pleas but refused. His creation was perfect. He wanted the Dark Elves to learn to love the creatures that he had created for them, not to use them as weapons. That made sense to me from what I knew of the Hunter. The hedonist, though, heard them and, like the father of spoiled children, wanted to give his creation any and everything they wanted. If it brought them pleasure, they could have it. Rikran continues, hands moving as he speaks. So when the Hunter was busy one day, the hedonist transformed a small pride of Lika. He gave them wings so the Dark Elves could fly into battle. He gave them sharp, bladed tails with a stinger to use as an additional weapon. He even made them more intelligent, with limited magic and the ability to stand on 2 legs. He sighs. The Dark Elves were happy, but the new Lika, calling ourselves Manticore, were not willing to be used. We are mindful warriors. We don't believe in useless killing or war. We wanted no part of the elves and their crazed bloodlust and their mistreatment of those they viewed as lesser creations. We have a great sense of honour. I'm starting to understand things a little better, I think. How did you end up here? We rose up against the dark elves, who thought us too dumb to do so. We fled Oshta, heading south. We ended up on Osiris and set up a home. But the dark elves were angry. Some followed us and tried to fight. We begged the hedonist to protect us and give us a sacred home that only the worthy could enter. So, the temple? Only by passing through the temple and facing the hedonist's judgment and proving one's strength and wit may they enter Osiris, he says. The hedonist gave us this place of peace because it was what brought us the most pleasure, was having peace. So, am I pure of heart then? I ask, wrinkling my brow. I think maybe yes. Rikran nods. We no longer refer to them by the names the dark elves gave them. The Triad, the Hunter, the Hedonist, and the Keeper, who blessed us with knowledge, are known here as the Creator, the Patron, and the Matron. They watch over us and keep us protected. I think they saw you as worthy of being on Osiris. My head is spinning with this information. These gods saw me as worthy. Was it because I'm human? Humans are the weakest race on Protheka, the ones all other races subjugate. Wow. Do you know what this means? I ask, bouncing a little. What? I bet that the Triad would see other humans as worthy of needing protection as well. We have a built-in, fail-safe way to become a safe haven for other humans here, just like Milthar. We can sail for Oshta and start rescuing humans as soon as we speak to the king. What? Rikran looks at me, brow furrowed. I'm not so sure about that. The king probably won't agree. I don't think we should start bringing humans willy-nilly. How could he just shut me down like this? But listen, I argue. Don't you see? You've been blessed so much, the humans could benefit from living in a place like this, and I'm sure the Triad would see them as worthy. You're not proposing this to the king, Rikran says firmly, spine straightening so he's looking down at me. The king has many, many matters to attend to. This is not something he needs to worry about. But why? I ask. I don't understand. How could you be so cruel? You really don't understand how hard we fought for peace, he growls, standing up. You want to throw all that away? Listen to me, I yell. No, you listen to me, Rikran roars. This is my house, you're my guest. I won't have this conversation with you anymore. End of discussion. Oh, end of discussion? End of discussion? I'll give him an end to this discussion, but it sure as heck won't be on his terms. I stand up as well, squaring off against him. If he wants a fight, he's going to get one all right. He can't just throw his weight around and think I'm going to sit there and take it.
Chapter 14. Rikran. End of discussion? Kiara nearly shouts at me. Really? She's standing up now, facing me. You aren't going to just dismiss me because I'm a guest in your home. I can leave if you really think you have a right to shut me down. You're not going anywhere, I tell her. So forget that. Besides, where would you go? Anywhere but here, she says. Maybe if I find someone else to take me in, they can help me with my plan. Are you even aware of what you're proposing? I ask, crossing my arms. Of the risk you're asking to bring to Osiris? So you're a coward then. Kiara's tone is flat, her eyes going dark. A coward? How dare you! If we bring humans here, if we start stealing from the Dark Elves, we risk revealing ourselves and creating all-out war. The very thing we've been trying to avoid. You and your people are content to stay here in this paradise then, knowing that other races, the human race, is suffering and aren't willing to lift a finger to help? She's up in my space now, squaring off against me. We have to protect the people who can't or don't want to fight, I yell back at her. Think of all these people here. We haven't had a real war in over 500 years. None of my people are prepared to fight anyone, let alone Dark Elves who I'm sure have advanced their weapon technology since the last time we fought them. My people are dying, Kiara shouts. They're being enslaved en masse. If you're such a wise, peaceful race, and so technologically advanced here like you told me, how could you willingly let another race suffer? So we either become the humans' crusaders, or we suffer ourselves. We go to war, fight, and die for the humans. Why should we even do that? I demand, getting right back into her face. Her chest is heaving up and down. There's drops of sweat on her brow, and she looks ready to tackle me to the ground and claw my eyes out. But somehow it's the sexiest thing I've ever seen. "Don't talk to me about being brave then," she sneers. "Don't tell me how you want to impress the king if you can't even fathom the idea of standing up for what's right." "So you did hear!" I yell. How dare she lie to me and pretend that she didn't overhear me talking to myself on the veranda. "You're an idiot and a liar too!" "I think it's pretty sad that all you care about is impressing the king," she says, throwing a barb at me. I growl, feeling rage boiling inside me. I'm about ready to pin her to the wall and either bite her head off or maybe make her shut up some other way, like kissing her senseless. My brain is torn. She's challenging the primal, dominant side of me, pushing back, making me want to put her in her place. "Look," I say, stepping forward into her space, crowding her. "My duty is to my people, not to the humans. I could risk a lot if I bring this to the king. I can't take that chance." Even if she did hear what I was saying to myself, she still has no idea what it means. I don't need her pitying me or looking down on me for my dreams. No one knows about them and no one needs to. "You may not be willing to take the chance, but I am," Kiara insists. "You just need to let me do the talking and I'll—" "Absolutely not!" I step forward again, forcing her to step back. "I cannot and will not let you do the talking. You're already treading dangerously with your attitude towards the king. He is the king, the highest ruler in the land. And you've shown blatant disrespect to him twice already." I leave out the time I almost misspoke in front of him, insisting he call her by her name. She doesn't need to know I put my neck out there for her, or she'll use it against me. I can be respectful. Kiara's nose is nearly to my chest with how close we are. I can smell her scent now that she's cleaned up. It's fragrant, like the paradise blossoms that grow freely here. I want to bury my face in her neck and inhale it, get closer to the scent and really breathe it in. "You're not being very respectful now," I say, taking another step forward. Kiara backs up, all the way into the wall. "I'm trying to get you to understand," she says, voice dropping lower. There's a thick tension in the air between us. We're both aware of it, of how potent it feels. "I understand," I say, looking down into her brown eyes. "I know what you want to do and I commend it, but it's a lot of risk to our people and I cannot endorse it." "You don't know what we've been through," she insists. "You don't understand." "Our people have been through much of the same," I tell her. "We too were enslaved, forced to work for the Dark Elves, treated like lesser beings." "That was centuries ago," she argues, voice softer. "You know nothing of that life. You don't know what it's like to be looked down on, to feel less than." I have to laugh. She has no idea what my life was like, what I went through as a child. "I do, more than you think," I tell her, lifting her chin so her eyes stare into mine. "If I could help you, I would. But I can't risk the lives of my people like this. Not after we fought so hard to have peace in the first place." "I knew you wouldn't understand," she scoffs, jerking her chin away from my hands. "You're content with the peace you've got, afraid to rock the boat." The anger surges up again. "I'm not afraid of anything, Blossom," I tell her, slipping into a nickname easily. "Then prove it," she bites her lip. "Talk to the king on my behalf." I said I wasn't afraid of anything. I didn't mean I would do something stupid. I may not be scared, but I'm smart enough to know my place here. You'd be wise to learn yours. "I have no place," she says, teeth clenched. "Don't you get it? I spent my life as a slave, serving others. I have no home, no family, and no place." "You might have a place here if you let your foolish idea go," I point out. "You could have a place here easily. A place by my side, perhaps. A place here, in my home. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Kiara is more like the wild Rikran we came from, all teeth and claws and sharp temper with no reason or wisdom to back up her impulses. Unless I can tame her, I don't see a place for her with me. I can't be happy here, she says, sighing. Not until I know my people are safe. That they have a safe haven to turn to. A place where they don't have to spend their entire lives enslaved to another race. Where they can be just as free as you and your people. Your people will find a way, I insist. Not unless you help us. You just don't even care. Not caring isn't the same as not wanting to lose everything. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. You're just more worried about yourself than anyone else. I know you. You're an arrogant ass. I lean in closer, agitation taking control. Be careful, Blossom, I hiss. Because while I have a good grip on my self-control, everyone has their limits. Kiara's eyes narrow, and there's a moment that passes between us where I don't know if we're about to kiss, but the moment breaks when she looks away. I sigh and run a hand through my mane. Look, I say, trying to dispel the anger in the room. Just go get ready. Why? Are you throwing me out? No, I push past her, needing space. I have errands to run. You're going to come with me. Besides, you should see the place you're going to be living. You need to see more of this place to understand. It's beautiful here, and she needs to see the beauty and the glory of our island, of the capital city, and maybe then she'll understand why I'm fighting so hard to protect it. For now, though, I leave her to go to my room and change out of my dirty clothes. In my room, I pull out a deep red tunic and a black leather vest. I leave the tunic top untied so it shows off my chest. Maybe I want Kiara to look. So what? I add black leather breeches and a belt with the essentials, along with my leather bracers. Surveying myself in my cloudy looking glass, I deem myself dressed appropriately and return to the entryway, waiting for Kiara to emerge from the room I gave her. She's still dressed in the plain blue cotton dress, but she's added a black sash around her waist. I'm ready, she says. Though I know she's trying to hide it, I can tell she's looking at me. I may puff my chest out a little in pride. Let's go, I say, leading her to the samnak that are tied up out front. I help her mount hers and get on mine, clicking to get it moving. Yeah. I dig my heels into the side, spurring it on. We head out for the city center. Kiara may be a paradise blossom, but she's more like a numiscu blossom. Looks beautiful, but can leave you paralyzed before you realize. I need to be careful around her, or I'll lose myself.
Chapter 15. Kiara. Despite the lingering tension from our argument earlier, it's been really amazing to travel with Rikran into the city of Bizarre. This place is easily the most beautiful city I've ever seen. Especially after years of working in the mines underground, this paradise is an extremely welcome change of pace. There are red and orange palm trees everywhere I look, rich purple grass and flowers of all colours of the rainbow. Large yellow fruits grow from the orange palms, and I watch as labourer Manticore harvest them in groups of 3 per tree, with one holding a basket, while 2 use their wings to reach the tops and toss down the fruit. They're harvesting the fruit for a festival, Rikran explains. The Muesca festival is a big deal. There's contests for who can make the best muesca tarts and jams, who can grow the biggest muescas, and we even perform a dance to honour the patron for blessing us with such a delicious and versatile food. Humans would love the easy peace here, I think to myself. There are so many creatures I've never seen before as well, like the samnak. They're very comfortable to ride. They're huge with shaggy fur, especially around their long necks and their fat storing humps. I reach down and pat the neck of the one I'm on, and he gives me an appreciative groan. The king breeds samnak for races, Rikran tells me. He's got a few in the stables that are twice the size of these. Wow, that's amazing! Rikran is a study in contradictions. 1 minute he's domineering and arrogant, the next he's excitable and sweet, like a little boy. Even though his moods are changeable, I can't help the growing attraction I'm feeling. Every time we're together, there's a spark between us, like a strike of lightning. Look, he distracts me from my thoughts, pointing out a large building in the distance. That is the Philosophy Academy, he says. Many of the young Manticore attend that academy to train to take positions in the temple. Really? Are there other academies? Many, Rikran nods. Our society places great importance on intellectual pursuits. We're about to pass the Astronomy Academy. They map the stars for us and record the changes in the cosmos. I'm struck with sadness at his words. So many humans would thrive on this island, if only they had a chance. Many, many humans I've been around have resigned themselves to a life of cruelty and hardship. What they wouldn't give to have a chance for a proper education. There's a statue of our first king right there, Rikran says. King Rakbeers. He led our people here from captivity. We have a festival for him in the autumnal season. So many festivals. They have nothing here to do but celebrate the joy of their lives. It seems like a dream. I think it sounds amazing, I tell him honestly. Everything about this place amazes me. The people are so happy here, so content with their lives. I've never seen so much calm, hustle and bustle. We approach the city limits and Rikran puts our samnak up at a local stable so we can walk through the city together. He continues pointing out different shops and restaurants to me, showing his favourite ones. They make amazing bilgrim stew there, he says, pointing to a place with a serpentine beast over the door. I start to notice that people are staring at us as we walk past them. Some look curious, some annoyed at my presence, and some look at me as though I'm something they stepped in. I try to ignore them though, and focus on the running commentary that Rikran is giving me about the city. I may be an outsider to the people here, but I'm completely safe with him. Even if he pisses me off sometimes, I know he would never let anything bad happen to me. Still, he probably doesn't feel the same about me that I feel for him. The tension between us is probably all in my head. I'm a curiosity to him, a novel concept. He said it himself. The Manticore people pride themselves on their pursuit of knowledge, and I'm something new to learn. I would be better off suppressing my feelings for Rikran until I know what he feels for me, one way or another. As we approach the town centre, I notice the statue that was lit during the festival. I'm embarrassed by my reaction now, that I thought these were monsters performing a terrifying ritual. That's the statue everyone was around when I arrived, I say, pointing it out. What were you doing when I accidentally interrupted you? Oh, that's the matron. Rikran gets a look on his face, like he's talking about a family member. The festival is one of 3 we have to honour each of the triad. You remember how I explained our origins? The matron is the one who gave us knowledge. She is important to our people because she took us from dumb beasts to higher thinking creatures of intellect and insight. While we worship all 3 equally, I think the matron has a place of importance in our culture, especially. I listen as he speaks about the deity, his tone warm and reverent. We stand in front of the statue, and he looks up at her fondly. You have to understand, without the matron we would never have figured out how to escape our cruel circumstances. We would never have the ability to reason our way out of the conflict we were in. Sounds like you know a lot about the matron, I say. How do you know so much about her, and why do you revere her so much? Oh. Ah. Rikran scratches the back of his head, a red bloom appearing on his cheeks. It's just, well, I was actually, raised in the matron's temple, he explains, but before he can continue, we're interrupted by Ezuzul. Hey, he approaches, waving a friendly hand. How's my friend and our little outsider? Hi. I smile at seeing a friendly and familiar face. How are you? I ask him. I'm doing well. I saw the 2 of you here as I was passing by. Would you like some food, little outsider? Food? My stomach rumbles to life, reminding me how hungry I am. None of the Manticore really cook their food, and it's hard to find enough to eat when you're faced with a plate of raw meat and uncooked Burgona tubers. Yes, please, Azuzel laughs. Come on then, come with me. He ushers us down the road towards his shop, sticking close by me. I can feel the heat of his body, he's so close. Thank you so much, I say when Azuzel hands me a bowl with a kind of brothy stew with bits of cooked meat in it. This looks amazing. I have to hold back so I don't embarrass myself by ravaging the bowl itself. Take your time, little outsider, Azuzel teases me. There's no rush, I have plenty more. Stay, eat, sit and chat, he says to Rikran, who looks annoyed. I can't, we need to leave soon, Rikran says. I have business at the temple. Then you can go, and our little outsider can stay here with me. She needs to eat, she's practically skin and bones, he points out. Don't worry, friend, I'll guard her with my life. Rikran glances at the clock tower, and when he's busy, Azuzel turns and gives me a wink. I don't know. Rikran turns back and watches me as I eat noisily, enjoying the stew with every fibre of my being. He grumbles, annoyed, but nods. Okay, fine. I can't feed her right now and get to the temple, so I'll go. But I'll be back soon, he promises. He leaves, and Azuzel sits at the table with me while I'm eating. How are you adjusting, little outsider? You can call me Kiara, I tell him, slurping up the last of the stew. And thank you so much for this. It was amazing. Glad I can amaze you, Kiara, he says with a coy smirk. You amaze me right back. Butterflies erupt in my belly at his words, and I blush. Ah, thank you. I don't know how to respond. Let me get you another bowl, and some of my special bread. I bake it myself, fresh every morning. Wow, I say. You must love to cook then. I don't see many other Manticore cooking like you. It's my favourite thing, he agrees, slicing into a loaf of crusty bread. Plus, it will be worth it to see those brown eyes sparkle when you taste it. He puts it in front of me. Go on, try it. My eyes flutter closed at the first bite. Gods, it's so good. You've got something just right. Azuzel reaches out and uses his thumb to brush a crumb away from the corner of my mouth. There, he says. Now you look even prettier. He's so kind and he makes me feel special and pretty. No one has ever done that before. He's different from the dark elves too. They were always lecherous and aggressive with their advances. I don't think Azuzel would hurt me like that. Why do you like me? I blurt out, wanting to know if I'm simply a curiosity for him too. The truth, Azuzel says, and I nod. Mates on Osiris are hard to come by, he explains. My heart sinks. But even if they weren't, he adds, noting my expression, I'd still want you, Kiara. You're pretty and strong, different from anyone I've ever met before. My heart pounds and he leans in, as if to kiss me. For a moment I think I might let him, but just then Rikran returns, bursting through the door with a pissed-off expression. What the patron do you think you're doing? He demands.
Chapter 16. Rikran. I hate leaving Kiara with Azuzel, but I have to trust that she'll be fine with him while I'm gone. I can't stomach the thought of her being alone with him, but I really do have to get this business taken care of. When I get there, my mind is still on the two of them. Azuzel looked far too close and cozy with her. Something about the two of them alone together rankles at me. I can't put my finger on it. I don't trust Azuzel even though he's supposed to be my friend. I conduct my business as fast as is physically possible and hurry back to Azuzel's shop, deciding that I will find a way to feed Kiara myself from here on out. I don't want the two of them getting so close anymore. I don't know what it is about Kiara, but something inside me urges me to protect her, to take care of her. I don't know if it's because my animal side knows I'm developing feelings for her or what, but whatever it is, I know that I need to get back as fast as possible. The The second I'm back, I stare into the window, unable to process what I'm seeing. It's like it's right there, but my brain doesn't want to acknowledge it to be true. I continue to stare, open-mouthed for a moment before I rush into the shop, demanding an explanation. The image of Azuzel leaning in to kiss Kiara will be forever seared into my brain. I can't believe I left them alone for 2 seconds. And that asshole, that raging ass, has the nerve to go after her like that. How dare he? Rikran! Kiara looks up at me and there's a panic in her eyes. Is she scared? Afraid of him? My head isn't on straight. I can't help it. Kiara brings out a side of me I never usually let loose. My mind is only on one thing. Take down the threat to my mate. Without waiting for an answer, I lunge for Azuzel, the two of us knocking into the stone wall on the side of his shop, my hands around his throat. I hear screaming in the distance, but it doesn't even register as I grapple with him. Friend, what is your problem? Azuzel chokes out, trying to pry my hands off him. You! I snarl, fighting against him harder. He gets one hand up under my arm and knocks it viciously to the side, forcing me away from him. He gets free and goes towards Kiara, but I'm faster and I rush him, knocking him to the floor. He looks up at me, confusion on his face. Then something registers and he snarls at me, claws extended. I pin him down so he can't get closer. Just as I think I've got him where I want him, he throws his head at mine and bumps the two of them together, forcing me back. Once he's gotten me off him, he comes after me with ice in his eyes, shoving me away. I'm knocked onto a wooden table and it falls over with my weight, but I pull Azuzel with me, the two of us crashing to the floor. We wrestle on the ground for a moment before I take control again, climbing atop him to strike out my claws. Before they can make contact, he grips my wrist and flings it away, shoving me off him. I fall into another table and it breaks, the wood smashing into the ground. That was my table! Azuzel yells, lunging for me. It's gotten personal now. He shoves me up against the wall and I just manage to stop him from ripping my throat out with his teeth. Don't think you can stop me, I tell him. I manage to use my wings as leverage to force him to drop me. Gods! I hear Kiara in the background, but my mind is a million miles away. You really think you can claim her? Azuzel demands. You have no right. I have just as much right to her as you. Don't you even think about it. I shove my fist into his face, watching in sick satisfaction as his nose breaks and blood pours from it. You're unhinged, Azuzel yells, covering his nose. Get off of me! He uses his claws to push me away, raking them against my face and drawing blood. I turn, spitting blood from my mouth and raise my hands up into fists, determined to beat the competition away. Try it, Azuzel snarls. It would be my pleasure. We circle around each other, jabbing and dodging blows with our fists, gearing up for a battle. Stop! Kiara screams. The noise finally registers to me, and I back off immediately, realizing what's going on. I can't believe what I was doing. Horror washes over me. I reach up and touch my cheek. Azuzel stares at me for a moment before turning to look at Kiara. I see him open his mouth, no doubt to check on her, but something angry and bitter and possessive lunges up inside me. She's mine, I yell, grabbing her and tossing her over my shoulder. What the hell, Rikran? Kiara screams. Put me the hell down! I immediately start heading out of the shop, only one destination on my mind. Must get Mate back to our home, my brain tells me. Mate is in danger from other Manticore here. Let me go! Kiara screams, kicking me in the stomach with her foot. Let me down! She bangs on my back with her fists. I'm not yours. I don't belong to anyone. Let me go! She continues screaming and kicking at me, even when people come out of their homes and shops to watch the commotion. Ignoring her protests and the eyes of the crowd we're drawing, I continue walking. We pass the town square, past the statue of the matron, past the academies I pointed out. I even bypassed the Samnak stables. It's like I've lost all higher brain function after seeing their near kiss. I can't stop because if I do, I'll lose my mate. My brain urges me to keep going, even as Kiara continues to pound on me, demanding I release her. No one owns me, she yells. I'm not property. You can't treat me like this, Rikran! As much as I know she's right deep down, my animalistic hindbrain is demanding I bring her back to our nest and lock her away from prying eyes. Mine, I growl at her. Mate cannot get away. Mate belongs to us, my hindbrain urges. I ignore the continued blows, even as dull pain registers somewhere deep in my mind. Let me go! She yells again, drawing her foot back to kick me in the stomach once more. I don't let her, grabbing her ankle and holding it to my body. There's a fire inside me that demands that I bring my mate to heel. How dare mate try to kiss another? Must show me her place. Must make sure mate knows who she belongs to, my brain tells me. I can't help but listen, and we arrive back at the neat row of homes that mine is nestled into. I push open the gate and enter the front yard, practically ripping the front door off its hinges as I walk inside. Bypassing the bedroom, I head for the living area instead, throwing her down onto the chaise lounge. The fire in my veins has ignited even brighter. I know I'm totally out of control, but it has very little to do with my anger anymore. Having Kiara so close to me is doing things to my body and my brain that I have no say in anymore. What the glacies has gotten into you? She demands, crossing her arms. How could you fight with your friend? He is not my friend, I tell her in a low growl. He is a threat. Threat? He's not a threat. He's your friend, Kiara argues back. What the glacies is your problem? I stare at her, noting the flush on her cheeks, the wild look in her eyes. I can smell the scent of arousal on her. I'm not the only one affected by this, and it makes me bolder, more confident. I stalk towards her and lean over her. It's because of you, I tell her, getting into her face. You're the reason I'm like this. Me? Bull crap, she argues. You're crazy all on your own. Take me back, I don't want to be around someone as animalistic as you. She sniffs, nose in the air. I practically growl in her face. I don't think so, I tell her. You're not going anywhere, Blossom. You have no right to keep me here, Kiara yells. I'll just find my own way back. You will do no such thing, I snarl, eyes flashing dangerously in warning. If she steps foot outside this house, I'll hunt her down and drag her right back. Ha! Kiara says, crossing her arms. I'd like to see you try to stop me. Oh, you want me to stop you? I say, tilting my head. You want me to keep you here? I can do that, Blossom, I say, mocking her. Rikran, she warns as I get even closer. I don't know what's gotten into you, but you're scaring me. Get away from me before you do something you'll regret. Ha! I turn the tables on her words. I don't think I am. I think you like this side of me. I think you like knowing what you do to me. That you make me crazy. That you have this effect on me that drives all intellect from my mind. I think you like that you've reduced me to little more than an animal, I purr, climbing over her so I'm straddling her. Now that you've got me here, what are you going to do about it? I ask, a fire in my eyes. She gulps.
Chapter 17. Kiara. There's a feral fire in his eyes that I'm shocked to see. He hovers over me, grabbing the back of the lounge while pressing his knee down onto the cushion between my legs. His chest rises and falls in rapid beats, his breath punching out of him, while the frustration between us lingers in the air. I've never been so mad at someone before, yet turned on at the same time. Do I like that he's been yelling at me this whole time? No, of course I don't. But is it kind of sexy to watch him lose control over himself because his friend had been hitting on me? Kinda, yeah. Does that make me a bad person? Sitting up from my slumped-over position, I hold out a hand to press against his chest. He doesn't budge when I shove at him, barely moving an inch at all. He continues to glare down at me, hunger replacing his anger. A knot curls itself inside of my belly. I hate that I want him so badly. He's pissed me off beyond belief, yet here I am, wanting him to bend me over and have his way with me. How would that even work anyway? Are we even compatible in the first place? Curiously, I glance down at his hips and see a very distinctive bulge tenting the front of his pants. I bite the inside of my cheek to keep from smiling. At least I'm not the only one in this boat. I flex my fingers around his pec, curling them around the fabric of his shirt in order to tug him down towards me. I'll probably regret this later, but right now my brain is barely functioning over my baseline instincts. Rikran lets out a deep growl, rumbling up from his chest and vibrating against my hand. A shiver runs up my spine from it, the heat in my belly curling again. Damn, he is so sexy, it's unfair. Without warning, I yank him down and crash our mouths together. It's so much different than kissing a human, but not in a weird way. His mouth is bigger than mine, along with his snout that presses into my nose as I try to seal our lips together. He turns his head slightly, getting a better angle while sliding his tongue around my bottom lip until I part them slightly. I moan when he dives in, tasting every part of me. His tongue is slightly scratchy against mine, but it feels so good when he rolls them together in order to suck on mine. His hands find my body, tugging at my dress with the same kind of impatience that he's had this entire time. Now that I know it's lust, it all starts clinking together. The jealousy, the rage towards Azuzel, his possessiveness, everything. It makes me feel stupid for not realizing it before. We could have avoided this entire fight. Then again, maybe we needed the anger to fuel and uncover our hidden desires for each other. It isn't long before Rikran grows too impatient with getting my dress off of me, before he's lifting me up off of the lounge and turning us around so that he's sitting down and I'm straddling his lap. I groan when my hips settle down onto his. That delicious bulge hidden under his pants presses against my groin, promising me the kind of pleasure that I can only dream about. He makes quick work of finally getting my dress off of me, revealing my underthings before he's leaning back from our kiss. I suddenly feel shy with the way he runs his eyes over me. Like what you see. He smiles. Yes, very much so. It's different for a man to compliment me like this. I've never actually been with anyone before, so knowing what to expect is beyond me. I hope that it's good for him as much as I know it'll be good for me. I don't have time to overthink anything before he's running his hands over my body, touching every part of me that he can. His fingers eventually run down my spine, hooking along the seam of my panties in over to tug them off of me. He presses me to him, easily lifting my hips up with one hand cupped under my arse, while the other pulls them down my legs and tosses them somewhere behind me onto the floor. Rikran's appreciative groan really kicks up the lust churning inside me, my core clenching in anticipation. I really want him. I fist my hands on either side of his shirt and jerk them apart. Buttons fly in every direction, parting the fabric easily to expose his body underneath. I run my hands over his soft fur, feeling the hard muscles underneath. He's so soft that I have half a mind to bury my face in his chest. I'm afraid the rest of this chapter is too spicy for YouTube. To finish it, head over to worldsofprotheka.com. Better yet, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products when you check out. And if that isn't good enough, rest assured that this discount code can be combined with any discount already offered on audiobook and ebook bundles. Let's continue.
Chapter 18. Rikran. I pick Kiara up and carry her to my bedroom, laying her down on the soft pile of furs on my feather-down mattress. Kiara pulls me down on top of her the minute she hits the bed, drinking me in. Rikran, she sighs. Kiss me. The passion between us has yet to dissipate. I can't get enough of her. The second she threw herself at me, I was gone. She was just as wild and passionate as I was, and even moving locations hasn't changed our lust. The scene is too hot for YouTube. Head over to worldsofprotheka.com to finish reading. Better yet, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products when you check out. And if that isn't good enough, rest assured that this discount code can be combined with any discount already offered on audiobook and ebook bundles. Let's Let's keep going.
There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me. Chapter 19. Kiara. Kiara, wake up. His arms wrap around me as he kisses me fiercely, pulling me to him as our limbs entangle. Kiara, we have to get up. His hands grab me, pulling my legs around his waist as he presses against my wet entrance. With a groan, he shoves me onto him. My eyes fly open, and I look up to see Rikran standing above me, not laying next to me. I must have been dreaming. What? I slur, still waking up. Get up, you need to get up, he urges, throwing some clothes at me. The king has requested a meeting with us. I don't even have time to linger over what happened last night before I'm being pushed around to get ready to go. The king wants to meet. The realization hits me as I pull the light cotton shift over my head. Pilices erupt in my belly as I think about the fact that the king is requesting our presence. I knew he was going to ask us to come back, but I didn't think it would be so soon. Rikran hands me a simple orange dress to put on, and I'm distracted from my thoughts momentarily as I gaze at the rich orange garment. I'm struck by how all the fabric dyes here are so rich in colour. Much more so than the dull, colourless clothing of the village. I'm already so in love with living here. It's so much brighter and happier than my home. I don't want to leave. What if the king kicks me off of the island? A sharp throb of pain envelops my heart at the thought. Come on, Rikran says, tugging at me. The messenger is going to escort us. He pulls me out of the house and shuts the doors before we start following the king's messenger along to the palace. It's a much longer trek by foot. I miss the shaggy samnaks that we rode. They were friendly and chatty in their animal way. I also notice that something seems off about Rikran. His shoulders are tense and he's not talking to me. I hope he doesn't regret last night. I glance at him as we walk through the city outskirts and head towards the palace, just up the hill from the city itself. He's also much more irritable than I would have expected for him to be after such an amazing night. I wish I knew what was going on inside his head. Is he upset that I threw myself at him? He's barely acknowledging my presence. Gone is the friendly banter and commentary from yesterday. Now he's closed off, aloof and looking straight ahead. The long winding path up the side of the hill is steep, and I may huff and puff a little, trying to keep up with both my Manticore companions. I really miss those samnak. We reach the palace, and I'm shocked at the size of the crowd gathered outside. Manticore of all ages have gathered around. Is it because of me? Am I really such a spectacle? I get my answer quickly, once the first of them catches a glimpse of me. Boo! Someone yells at me. Boo! Spy! Dark elf spy! He shouts. More join in, hissing and spitting at me. She's a danger to us all. The walls are down and an attack is imminent. I hunch my shoulders, trying to make myself look smaller. The frenzy of the crowd is making me feel sick to my stomach. Magical beast, someone yells, and I almost turn away to leave. Just as I do, Rikran pulls me closer as we edge past the crowd. The wards are down and we are all doomed. If she is allowed to stay, she will bring destruction upon us all. Ridiculous superstition! Someone yells, and I turn, catching a few eyes of the crowd who offer encouraging looks and raise their closed fists to their chest, giving me the Manticore salute. She is the purest of heart. She is the only one to survive the Triad's trials. Someone reaches out to pat my shoulder as I pass. Don't listen to the cowards, young woman. You are the first truly worthy human to enter Osiris. This girl has been sent down from the cosmos to usher in a new era for Manticore kind. The crowd seems pretty evenly split, and it's disconcerting to hear some label me a monster and call for my execution, while others call for me to be anointed as a princess of peace. My head is spinning by the time we get closer to the front. Several guards enter the fray and we are ushered inside as they push us past the throng of onlookers. We're escorted into the open-air atrium of the palace throne room. The king's advisors, all 7 of them, are lined up next to the king who sits on his throne, silently observing the teeming crowd. Rikran seems to puff up when he notices the king, standing taller and straighter, head held high. I'm starting to understand just how badly he wants to impress the king, though not why he's so desperate to gain his approval. All I personally care about is getting an answer from the king about my fate here on Osiris. I truly hope he'll let me stay. My knees are shaking and my palms are clammy as we settle ourselves onto the couch. Bringing us back so quickly has to be a good sign, right? It must be good that he has already decided. Still, I wish I could reach out and hold on to Rikran's hand. His dark green eyes have a way of bringing a calm steadiness to my heart whenever I see them. But he's more focused on the king right now than on me. He's at full attention, seated with his back ramrod straight as the king waits for the guards to silence the crowd's jeers and cheers. They continue, though, getting louder and louder. He lifts one hand and instantly a hush falls over the crowd. I can see so many gathered around the atrium's viewing halls from where we're seated. It feels almost suffocating to have so many eyes on me. I, Chaka Shen, your king, have conferred with my team of advisors. Together, we have come to a decision regarding the one called Kiara of Othani and her presence on our island home. His voice is loud and booming in this great space. The crowd murmurs, almost collectively holding their breath in wait. I, too, feel as though I'm on the verge of passing out from holding my breath. What is he going to do with me? If he tosses me out, where will I go? I had a team of experts and advisors sent to check every inch of the magical barriers around the island. They have scoured top to bottom to discern whether or not there is a breach. We have come to find that, in fact, there is no break in our borders whatsoever. You can all rest assured that however she arrived, Kiara has not broken the borders when coming here. The murmuring gets louder for a moment. A few noisy Manticore scoff in disbelief, but the king manages to silence them by raising his hand once more. Furthermore, we have checked the temple itself. There are no magical enchantments that have been placed on it. No spells have been woven to trick it into accepting her. We must then face the truth. I glance over at Rikran, who seems satisfied with the king's determination so far. If Kiara were in fact a spy, she would never have been allowed into the temple in the first place. The Triad placed their protection on it for this very reason. Any wishing to do us harm would be instantly denied entry. My heart is thudding hard in my chest, and I lean forward in my seat, watching the king with focused eyes. Kiara of Othani has been accepted by the Triad, by the temple itself, because she is the purest of heart, the most worthy to enter our lands. Those who cheered me before are shouting even louder now, calling my name, calling for me to be anointed by the king himself. I have thus decided, he continues, to grant Kiara of Othani full citizenship. She is a free citizen of Osiris, and shall be treated as such. I let out my breath in a whoosh. The cheers are enormous. The crowd surges forth, almost as if they want to approach me and carry me off, but the king holds up his hand once more. She is not a spy. The border is stronger than ever, and I expect you to treat her with all the respect and honour she is due. Her presence, nay, the presence of humans, presents a great potential for future Manticore generations, especially if Kiara chooses a Manticore mate. I'm blushing furiously at his words, as at the crowd's cheers, but I'm also beside myself with happiness. The king really thinks so highly of me. I can hardly believe it, from a humble slave to free citizen of this paradise land. Thank you so much, Your Highness, I tell him, tears streaming down my cheeks. I cannot thank you enough. From the bottom of my heart you have my highest gratitude. Wonderful. He smiles and I look down, trying to compose myself lest I make myself even more of a spectacle by bursting into noisy sobs. You may return to your life here if you wish, he says. Anything you need to settle here will be given to you. All you need to do is ask. Rikran stands next to me and bows, pulling on my arm to take me away. But I can't leave yet. I know in my heart that I can't stay here and live a life as a free citizen, not unless I ask the king to grant the same to every other enslaved human from my land. Wait! I call out.
Chapter 20. Rikran. At first, no one moves or says anything. Then a gentle titter rises from the crowd. Kiara stands there, almost frozen in shock at her own words. I gaze at her, annoyance rising inside me. How dare she ignore the king's dismissal? I'm flabbergasted by her audacity. No matter what happened between us last night, I can't be seen supporting her right now. Whatever she has on her mind, she's on her own. I edge away from Kiara, joining those closest to us so I'm no longer right beside her. This would certainly do nothing to help my chances of joining the advisor council if I was associated with someone as foolish and wrong-headed as she. Especially after what the priests and priestesses said while I was at the temple with them yesterday. I just can't be seen supporting her if I want to become one of the king's chosen council. Speak, the king says, lifting his chin to gaze down at her. He's not looking angry, more curious perhaps. I glance back at Kiara, who stands with her back straight, facing King Charka. I appreciate what you have done for me, she says, gaze steady. And I would be foolish to turn down your offer. I want to accept, but I want to ask you to grant the same kindness to other humans. I would like... She takes a beat, swallowing hard. I would like your help, and the help of your people to start rescuing those humans who have been enslaved by the Dark Elves. My eyes nearly bug out of my head as she continues speaking. I worry about the people left behind, she continues, wrapping her arms around herself. I worry about the humans who have nowhere to turn, no one to help them. She takes a deep breath. If they were brought here, they would have to pass through the temple as well. And as you said, the temple only accepts those purest of heart. This would ensure that only the good humans come to Osiris. No one would be in danger from those that pass through. The crowd explodes with noise, some loudly proclaiming that Kiara is a spy, and she's trying to bring over the humans just to help the Dark Elves. Others are insisting that this is a good idea, that we have resources that can be of help to the enslaved humans. My head is pounding from the noise of the crowd. Kiara glances at me and I move towards her, grabbing her arm. What are you doing? I hiss at her, looking back to see what King Charka thinks of all this. I can't believe she would go over my head like this. I can't believe she would do this to me. She's deliberately trying to embarrass me in front of the king now. Kiara tugs her arm away from me, looking at me with a wounded expression. She thinks I'm the one who betrayed her? Ha! She's the one who betrayed me. She went behind my back after I already told her this was a bad idea. The king's advisors are all circled around him. I can't get a good look since they're all busy conferring. They're talking to him and to each other, and I can tell that some of them are arguing. I watch them, wishing I could be up there with them, that I could be a part of their conference. I could advise the king and explain that Kiara is simply unused to our customs, and that I would take care of making sure she understands how to behave from now on. My hands itch to grab Kiara by the shoulders and shake her, hard. I want to yell at her and demand to know what she thinks she's going to accomplish by doing this. She's just spat in the face of the king's kindness. She could even have her citizenship revoked for an indiscretion like this. And what about me? I've worked so long and so hard to get where I am today. I still have so much to go too. Kiara comes in and in one breath, undoes all the work I've done to get this close to a position on the council. No, I can't let her. Last night was a mistake. Being with her was a mistake. I can't let the king think there's anything more between us than me acting as her personal guide. The king breaks away from his advisors and stares up at the crowds. "Leave us," he orders. His guards begin ushering the citizens away, much to their dismay. The crowds put up a protest as they're shooed away from the palace and sent on their way. Once the room is cleared, the throne room is closed off to all but his advisors, the king himself and Kiara and I. This is bad. This is very bad. The king is probably furious. He can't take her citizenship away in public, so he's going to quietly have her dealt with. And I'm right here in the thick of it. He's going to think I had something to do with this. He's going to assume I put her up to this unless I correct his misconception right away. "Sire?" I clear my throat, moving so I'm standing apart from Kiara. I can't even look at her right now. She heard me talking to myself on the veranda. She knows how important it is that the king sees me in a favorable light. "If I may be so bold." "Yes, Rikran, please speak," he says, a furrowed line between his eyes. "I think, of course, that this is a terrible idea to bring humans to our world. Kiara proved herself able, but others may not be so pure of heart. The Dark Elves will quickly notice that their slaves are missing and track them down, leading them directly to our island." I hurry to explain myself. "If we allow more to come here, they may not be used to our way of life and not understand our customs. They could easily offend many of the citizens with carelessness, and the peace we have worked so hard for could be undone in an instant," I add. "Even though they may be pure-hearted enough to pass through the temple, there's no telling whether or not they may antagonize the populace by mistake." "Yes," the king nods, listening carefully to my arguments. "Go on," he says. My heart beats faster in my chest. I have the king's ear for the first time, and it's everything I hoped for. "I'm just saying that Kiara is thinking with her heart, but it is far more important to think logically here. We must not be hasty about letting just anyone onto our island." I don't even glance at Kiara. I can feel the anger radiating from her without looking. "Sire, I have a counterpoint to the young man," Advisor Ashkar speaks, stepping forward. The king glances to the side to look at him, nodding for him to continue. "Of course, yes, we should take all precautions to protect our own interests. But we are so greatly blessed here that taking a few human refugees should pose no real threat to our way of life," Ashkar says. I draw my fingers into my palm, digging my claws into the flesh as he continues to speak against me. "If we rely on the secrecy of our island home, there is no real threat or danger to us. The Dark Elves could come, but they would never be able to find us." I hate that he's right. The Dark Elves could search high and low and use all the magic they wanted, but as long as the barrier holds, we have no reason to fear an invasion. They would never pass the temple protections. The barrier is stronger than ever, he reminds the king. And furthermore, it's our duty to help an enslaved race, as we once were ourselves. You did say that having humans could be good for the island and for the future of Manticore kind. I agree with Rikran, Advisor Vazak speaks up. Just because the Dark Elves cannot pass through the temple does not mean that they wouldn't still find a way to threaten us from outside the barrier. The priests and priestess of the temple are exceptionally wise, Nalta breaks in. They attend the matron, and they have had some fairly strong opinions on the human before us. I freeze, terror washing over me at what else Nalta might bring up about their opinions on Kiara. You must not let emotion sway you, Chiad speaks up, cutting off Nalta. I relax, only slightly. Logic is the only thing that has a place here in the court. Follow the logic, and you will come to the best decision. I agree with Chiad. Vazak nods. The human has given us an emotional argument, and logic is the only rule that we should follow. And logic says that, however small, there will still be a risk to our people if the human refugees come here. The king listens as everyone takes their turn speaking before raising a hand. I chance a glance at Kiara from the corner of my eye, but she's not looking at me. Fury radiates from her, and I know it's because of me. King Charka ignores his advisors and stands up from the throne, crossing the room to get closer to her. "Kiara," he says, taking her hand in his larger one. "Why are you doing this? You were offered a great deal and still you request more?" She doesn't even look at me. "No one ever came to save me," she says, her voice trembling. "No one helped me. I can't let that happen to my people. They've suffered so much. This place is paradise, but what good is paradise if it cannot be shared?" The king smiles at her. "You've given me much to think about," he says, releasing her hands. "Please go ahead and relax. I must think all this over." He nods at me, indicating I should take Kiara back to my home, but I turn to look at her and she's already pushing her way past me and down the hall.
Chapter 21. Kiara. If he so much as touches me, so help him. I can't get away fast enough. I hear him behind me, scrambling to catch up. I don't care. I keep walking, heading back down the halls. "Kiara!" He calls my name, but I continue onward, storming out of his sight. "Kiara!" I don't want anything to do with him. Last night was a mistake. How could he do that to me? He knows how much I want to help my people, and yet he threw me aside to save his own skin the first chance he got. It doesn't matter anymore. I'm not going to stay on this island with Rikran for one more second. We leave the palace, Rikran hot on my heels. "Just wait, please," he calls out. I don't know what he expects after he betrayed me like that. How can he expect things to go back to the way they were between us? If he thinks he's getting off without consequences, he's thought wrong. Just as we reach the bottom of the hill, Rikran manages to catch up. "Kiara, please." He tries to reach for my wrist, but I yank my arm away. "Don't touch me," I hiss at him. "Come on, we can talk about it," he begs, trying to herd me in the direction of his house. I scoff at his attempts and turn the other way, towards the city streets. "Where are you going?" he asks, backtracking to catch up with me. "The house is that way." "I'm not going back with you," I snarl. "I'm going to Azuzel's and you can't stop me." "No," he says, narrowing his eyes. "You're not." "You're nothing but a two-faced serpent," I tell him, eyes narrowing right back at him. "You don't actually care about me at all. Last night was a mistake, wasn't it?" Rikran flinches, but he doesn't deny my words. "You're not going to Azuzel's," he says instead, drawing himself up to his full height. "I forbid it. You're behaving like a crazy person right now, Kiara. You're a guest here. You should be acting like it." "You forbid it?" I ask incredulously. "Nice try. I might be a guest here, but I'm living on a paradise island while my people starve and live under tyranny, while they are abused and used for the Dark Elves' pleasure." I yell at him. We're attracting onlookers, but I don't care. "You embarrassed me on purpose, after I told you not to bring that up to the king," Rikran yells back. "You should have let me talk to him." "As if you would have ever brought it up. Your king was grateful I brought it up." I point my finger at him. "And even some of your precious advisory council was on my side. Are you sure you can hack it as an advisor when you act so illogically all the time?" "What makes you think the king would help someone like you?" Rikran asks. "You're just a nobody human who happened to land here." Our words are growing more barbed now. "You think you deserve to be on the council just because you want it? Well, then I think I deserve help for my people just because I want it." I get closer, right up in his face. He growls at me and pushes me back lightly, not enough to hurt, just distancing himself from me. "You can't even understand what you're doing, all that work I've done, all of it. You're ruining everything. I wish you'd never come here." "Fine," I yell, storming away. I blink back tears as his words wash over me. Is that what he really thinks of me? That I'm just some dumb, idiot human? Rikran is headed in the opposite direction, towards his home. Well, screw him. I'm going to Azuzel's shop if he wants to act like a baby. My cheeks are red as the tears flow down them. All I can think about is how last night was so amazing in Rikran's arms. And today I feel like the biggest fool to walk the land. His words cut deep. Is that truly what he thinks of me? That I'm nothing more than an embarrassment? And he's ashamed of me? I thought that last night was special, that there was something growing between us. All those touches, those kisses, they can't have meant nothing to him, could they? I guess he just used me to feel good. I'm so upset with myself for even thinking that it's possible I could have feelings for him. Are Manticore really all that different from the Dark Elves then? Looks like they aren't so different after all. Men across every race are all the same. They take whatever they want, they use you up and then discard you when they're done like you're little more than refuse. The tears continue to flow as I walk the city streets, getting strange looks from passers-by and a few sympathetic eyes. By the time I reach Azuzel's shop, I'm openly sobbing. He sees me approach through the window and rushes to the door to open it, ushering me inside. Kiara. Azuzel pulls me over to a table to sit and hands me a cloth to wipe my face. What in the world happened? I can't get the words out. My shoulders are shaking and my eyes are still wet. Shh, it's okay. Just sit tight. I'm going to get you some stew. Just hang out there for a moment. He leaves and I wipe at my face. I feel utterly humiliated at the fact that I gave myself over to Rikran, the first time I'd ever done so, and he used me like that. Azuzel comes back with a steaming hot bowl of brothy stew and pushes it in front of me. Eat, please. You probably haven't eaten since yesterday. I pick up the spoon, hand shaking slightly, and nod. He's not wrong. While I'm eating, he reaches out and grasps my free hand in his, holding it and giving it a squeeze. The gesture is warm and comforting. When I'm done, I set the wooden spoon into the bowl and look up at him, eyes damp, lashes sticking together. Are you ready to tell me what happened now? He asks softly. I dab at my eyes again with the cloth and let out a shuddering sigh. The king summoned us to the palace, I say. Azuzel nods. I was in the crowd. I want you to know I was cheering you on. He smiles gently. So you saw what happened then? I ask. He nods. Rikran betrayed me, I say, voice dropping low. He got in front of the king the moment everyone was gone and started telling him how my request was wrong and dangerous, and made every effort to make me look like a foolish, crazy human. He wanted to save his own skin. I'm so sorry, Azuzel murmurs. You must feel awful. Yes, I do, I say with a sniffle. You have no idea how it feels to have someone you consider a friend betray you like that, I say. I was about to say, someone you care about, but I don't want to bring up last night in front of Azuzel. Azuzel reaches out and pulls me into his chest, hugging me tightly. I feel so much better with someone to talk to. He leans down and presses a warm, comforting kiss to the top of my head. I glance up at him, opening my mouth to tell him how thankful I am to have him, when he leans down and presses our lips together. I freeze. He continues to kiss me, moving his mouth against mine despite a lack of response. Pushing him away, I look up at him, eyes narrowing. Seriously? I demand. What is wrong with you? Oh no. Azuzel steps back, rubbing the back of his neck. I just got caught up in the moment between us. I mean, I know that you're upset with Rikran, but I thought that since you wanted nothing to do with him, you came here to me because you wanted to be with me. I sigh, running a hand through my hair. Azuzel, I say, feeling so done with men in general right now. It wasn't like that. Okay, so maybe he's not entirely wrong. I think deep down, I know I came to see Azuzel specifically because I knew it would upset Rikran. Maybe some part of me wanted him to storm inside and carry me off again, act all possessive and fiery, like yesterday. It would be proof that he actually cared. The chances of that happening were probably slim to zero. But you came here to me, Azuzel says, drawing my attention back to him. He tilts his head, staring. Yeah, because I wanted to talk to a friend, I emphasize the word, not because I was seeking out a mate's comfort. Oh, I'm sorry, Kiara. Azuzel looks properly chagrined. I guess I got my signals wrong. I find you so beautiful, and I thought that perhaps if you weren't interested in Rikran, you might want to be with me. I never meant to upset you, he adds. I understand, I say, squeezing his hand. You didn't upset me too much. I just wanted a friend's comfort right now. I can be your friend, Azuzel says quickly, cheeks pink and looking properly shamed. We can just be friends. How about I walk you back to Rikran's house, and I can talk to him, explain your side of things. Maybe he'll listen to me. He's stubborn, but he's rational. I sigh. Thank you so much for the stew, and your company. I'm sorry I made a mess of things between us. You didn't, he shakes his head. I did. Either way, I should go back alone. Gods only knows how Rikran might react seeing you walking me to his door. We both let out an awkward chuckle. That wouldn't be a pretty sight. I take my leave and head towards Rikran's home, a growing knot of dread in my stomach.
Chapter 22. Rikran. I arrive back home, slamming through the front door, and find myself flopping down onto my bed, burying my face in the furs. How could she? I know it was wrong to act so hastily, but the truth is, I know that I shouldn't have gotten so close to Kiara. She makes me act so irrationally. I go crazy around here. It's like all rational thought flies right out of my head. I turn into a beast around her, and I hate it. I'm made to be a rational, thinking creature, not a dumb beast. The matron temple leaders don't want me to be spending so much time with her either. They think that Kiara is interfering with my ambitions. She is interfering. She's trying to make me put my needs aside for her silly wish to save her people. Even if we could save them, we bring great danger to our people in doing so, and I wish she could understand that. She and I are all wrong together. We don't fit. We're like oil and water. I just wish I could stop thinking about her. I need to get her out of my head. There's no point in dwelling. We're done. It's over. I can't take back what I did, and she can't undo what she did. I just need to push myself onward. Move on from her. That's what the priest would say. You cannot walk backwards through time. You can only move forward. I was taught that over and over growing up. I sigh. I know I'm only dwelling because I really thought there could be something between us. Last night was amazing. She brought out a side of me I've never really experienced. It felt good to connect with the animalistic side of me, to let go of expectations and decorum and become the most primal version of myself. I wouldn't want that to happen all the time, but it was nice to let go for once. Her hands wind around my neck, pulling me down for a kiss. Our tongues tangle in a dance as old as time. Memories of last night play in my mind, and I try to search through them for any evidence that she might feel the same way. Stop! I ball my hands into fists and sit up, yanking the blanket off me. I have to stop thinking like this. Even if there was something between us, it doesn't matter anyway. She went to Azuzel's. She chose him, not me. She doesn't want me. She never wanted me. I was just an easy choice for her. I rescued her. She probably felt indebted to me. I can't stop the blood from pounding in my head, though, as I think about the two of them entwined, kissing, doing the things we did together last night. I want to rip his head off. I growl, bunching the blanket into my fist, trying to calm myself before I do something irrational. I can't just march over there and carry her off again like I did yesterday. I screwed it up. It's my fault that she went to him. Why does it have to be like this? Why can't I be with Kiara? Why couldn't everything have just worked out for us? Deep down, I know why. It's because there's something wrong with me inside. I'm incapable of loving. I'm not worth being loved. Even my own parents didn't want me. That's why I was abandoned on the steps of the temple that day. Tears prick at my eyes. I know that this is why Kiara chose Azuzel over me. No one has ever wanted me or favored me. No one has ever loved me. The temple leaders were more like teachers than family. The front door opens and I hear soft footfalls. It's Kiara. I can smell her scent. I wipe my eyes furiously, hiding my little pity party. She walks into my room and stares at me, expression carefully blank. I stare back, wondering why she's here. What does she want from me? What does she hope to gain by coming back here? Is she merely back to get her things? As I continue staring, her expression changes. She looks down at her feet. Does she feel guilty? She's probably here just to tell me that she hates me, that she's in love with Azuzel, and that she never wants to see me again. I can't blame her. I don't entirely regret what I did, but I regret not working it out with her beforehand. I don't think what I did was wrong, but I was wrong in how I went about it. My stomach is in knots, waiting for Kiara to speak. I'm not going to be the first one to break the silence between us. If she has something to say, let her be the one to say it. I've said all I wanted to at this point. Kiara opens her mouth and immediately bursts into sobs, tears rolling in fat drops down her cheeks. I'm instantly chagrined. Damn, I never wanted her to be so upset. I can't stay angry with her when she looks so distraught. I leap up from the bed and pull her into my arms in a crushing embrace, smoothing a hand over her hair while I whisper gentle encouragement as she continues to cry. We stand there for what feels like ages, the two of us hugging as she gets out all her emotions. I reach down and brush away her tears, shushing her and telling her that everything will be okay. It's all right, I say. Just let it out. You don't have to say anything until you're ready. Her tears slow after a while. I'm sorry, she says, sniffling. You told me not to go to Azuzel and I didn't listen. She looks up at me, eyes wet. When I went there, I swear I only wanted to see him because he's my friend. And at first I thought he was on the same page. He gave me some food and then a hug. But then he kissed me. I didn't want him to, and I pushed him away. But he thought that I went there because I was choosing him over you. It wasn't like that. You have to believe me. My heart softens, but my blood boils. I'll kill him if you want me to, I growl. How dare he put his hands on her? Kiara laughs, startling me. No, she shakes her head. I turned him down. He was nice about it, but I think he knows I'm not interested. This settles the raging beast inside, at least a little, but I'm still conflicted. Rikran, she says, biting her lip. Yes? I'm sorry, she whispers. I'm sorry I embarrassed you in front of the king. I feel awful. I know that impressing him is important to you for some reason. I just wish you could see where I'm coming from. I pull her down onto the bed so we're sat next to each other on the edge. I know you well enough to know that you'd do the same if it were your people. If you had been alive at the time of the Manticore rebellion, you would have fought to save them just as hard. Yes, I agree. But you don't understand my position. Then tell me, she begs. I'm listening, I promise. She reaches out and grabs my hand, holding it in hers. I take a deep breath. All right, I say. I want to be an advisor to the king, I tell her. It's all I've wanted my whole life. The priests and priestesses who raised me were the ones who guided me along this path. They fostered my love of knowledge and wisdom. They taught me to be strong and take charge, and to pursue what I want with everything I've got. Kiara doesn't say anything, just listens as I talk. There are 7 advisors on the council, and the position is highly coveted, highly prestigious and important. If you're an advisor, you're set for life. You have power that nearly matches that of the royal family. You are revered and respected by all. You want to become an advisor because you want to feel important, Kiara says, tilting her head as she tries to understand. Yes, I squeeze her hand. I just know that if I could get on the advisor council, things would be so much better for me. My life would be so much better. I close my eyes. That's why I was so upset with you. I've worked long and hard to get to the point I am now, and I'm close. So close to gaining the king's ear, and it just feels like all that work I did was gone in a puff of smoke. I was certain the king would think I put you up to this, that I was offering foolish and reckless advice. I see. Kiara nods. It makes sense. I'm sorry that we fought. I wish we had talked more before this all came up as it did. I want to help you. What can I do to help you gain favor with the king? To make sure you have a chance to become an advisor? Guilt washes over me at the fact that I've told her all this, but I'm still keeping what happened at the temple trip a secret. I didn't think it was right to tell her before, but she's asking how she can help me, so maybe I should tell her. I debate myself internally, biting my lip. You really want to help me? I ask, trying to decide how much to tell her, and even if I should. She nods, holding my hand tightly in hers. Yes, I would like to do what I can, if possible. Please, Rikran, let me help. Okay, I take a deep breath. I'll tell you.
Chapter 23. Kiara. You really want to help me? Rikran asks. I nod. Okay, he says. I'll tell you, the only way you can really help me right now is by leaving me alone. I freeze, staring at him. What? Did I hear him correctly? You want me to leave you alone? I ask. Yes. Ice floods my veins. I pull away from him and stare. Why? I can't hide the hurt in my voice. I was raised in the temple, he says, not looking at me. Did you know that? I shake my head. I don't think he told me that. Manticore highly covet and value their children, he explains. I was dumped on the steps of the temple as a baby. It was highly unusual. I was looked down upon by other Manticore children because of it, he says, hands balling into fists as he talks. My heart squeezes in my chest. I didn't know this. It must have been so painfully lonely for him to grow up that way. The temple leaders were more like teachers to me than family. They taught me and helped me to learn and grow, he continues. Knowledge is the most powerful weapon you will ever wield, they said. They taught me that the matron is the mother of us all. We may have been given our form by the patron, but we were gifted with higher thought by the matron. She is what made us who we are. The matron was my guiding force. She was the one I felt I could turn to when things were hard or when I was most lonely. That explains why he's so reverent and knowledgeable about the matron, I guess. I have to make my own way in this world, he continues on, by becoming an advisor to the king. I understand his ambitions, but not why he thinks I can't support him in this. But why? I went to the temple yesterday on my errand, he says, interrupting me. I need their support in order to achieve my ambitions, and they told me in no uncertain terms that I can't be spending time with you anymore, that I need to distance myself from you. I gape at him, blood pounding in my ears. He's still talking, but it feels like he's speaking from far away. They think that whenever I'm around you, I act irrational, crazy, and wild. They can't support that. I'm supposed to be logical and cool-headed if I'm to be an advisor to the king. I feel like I can't reconcile what I'm hearing. I thought if I came back, we could sit down and work it out. I thought we could come to some kind of understanding and move forward from there. I never thought that he would ask me to leave. I turn away, trying to hide my tears. I can't even look him in the face right now. I feel even more betrayed than I did when I heard him speak against me at court. You asked how you could help, he says, sounding defensive. This is the only thing you can do. A part of me dies inside at his words. Just like always, I'm alone again. It's as though being free has changed nothing. Fine, I say, standing up and walking away from him. I can do as you ask. I walk across the hall into the guest room, grabbing the small bundle of clothes that the king gave me. Walking to the front door, I turn and look at him one last time. If you want me to go, consider it done. With that, I leave. I don't bother looking back. I don't care if he begs or pleads. I don't want anything to do with Rikran ever again. The tears don't start to fall until I'm 2 streets down from his house. I manage to hold off until then. I feel so utterly stupid, so idiotic. Why did I ever think things would work out between us? It was pointless of me to hope it would. We're from 2 very different worlds, and I don't mean Osiris and Orthani. He's focused on his political career, whereas I'm trying to do whatever I can to save my people. Of course Rikran would choose his lifelong dream over me. It's all he ever wanted. I couldn't ask him to give it up either, no more than I would want him to ask me to give up my goal of rescuing my people from the Dark Elves. Our paths were just never meant to converge. I wander along, the sky growing darker, and find myself sitting on a low clay wall. My bundle is in my arms, and I think back to the fact that I arrived here with nothing but the clothes on my back, and I'm now a free citizen with little more than that. Being alone isn't the worst part. The worst part is knowing that maybe in another time or place, Rikran and I could have made it work, if only we both weren't so stubborn and single-minded. But our goals are important to both of us, and I don't see a clear path where we can be together with such different dreams. I stare up at the sky, wondering what my people are doing right now. Are they toiling endlessly in the mines? Or maybe they've gotten a night of reprieve and are able to enjoy a snatched night of merriment, with dancing and singing in the camp. I miss my parents. My heart yearns for them. I yearn for the simpler days where we would go to our tiny cottage home at the end of the day, after the dark elf masters were ready to retire, and it would just be the 3 of us. Papa, what should I do with my freedom? What would you and Mama want me to do? I know that they would want me to pursue justice for all the other enslaved humans, but I also know that they would want me to be happy, if I could. Would they want me to find a way to reconcile with Rikran? I don't know if we can. He wants me to stay away. I have to, in order to help him fulfill his destiny. He thinks the only thing that matters is becoming a member of the King's Advisory Council. Is it even his dream, or was he brainwashed, used by the temple leaders as a political puppet? I'm probably just bitter. The Manticore here live such peaceful, happy lives. I don't think they would push Rikran to become a political pawn. There isn't any reason to crave power. Everyone is given what they need. I'm sure I'm just making things up because I'm angry with them for being so callous about me. They don't even know me. How can they judge me? And Rikran craves their approval so much. It makes sense if they were the ones to raise him. Even if they were more like his teachers, as he said, it's only natural that he yearns for their approval. That must be why he wants so badly to be an advisor to the king, because he wants to serve a paternal figure that he never had. If he can gain the king's approval, he has the highest paternal figure in the land on his side. I can't take that away from him. I stand up and start walking again, resigned to the fact that Rikran and I aren't meant to be. I don't know where I'll go or what I'll do. I can't go back to Azuzel. Even if he would take me in, it's cruel to ask him to house me, knowing how he feels about me. Just as I'm dithering which direction to take, I spot a figure approaching from the distance. Rikran. But they're coming from the wrong direction to be him. Miss Kiara? It's the same messenger from before. He looks confused as he approaches. Yes, I ask. I was just coming along to fetch you, he says, glancing around. You and your mate. The king would like you to come back to the palace. I see. I give him a small smile. Okay. Should we go get your mate? He asks, looking back from the direction I came. Oh, he's not my mate, I tell the messenger. I look down at the ground for a moment. He's not my mate. He'll never be my mate. Why do I suddenly feel as though my heart is being crushed in a vice? It's because I know that secretly, I want just that. Shall we go then? He offers. I follow along behind him, trying to come to grips with this sudden revelation. That is the heart of the matter, isn't it? I think I'm in love with Rikran. I think I want him to be my mate. I told Azuzel I wasn't looking for a mate at all, but that's not the truth. The truth is, I wanted Rikran to ask for my hand. Is that foolish? Even though we've known each other for such a short time, and we've fought like territorial birds the entire time, it's because we've been drawn to each other from the start. From the moment that he rescued me so impulsively, I knew my heart was going to be lost to him. This was the first person who ever showed true care to me, true kindness. And every day with him has only shown me more and more how much he cares. I can deny it all I want, but I know that deep down, Rikran feels the same, even if he's blinded by his ambitions. I brush the tears away as I follow the messenger. It might not be meant to be, but maybe there will be something better out there. Maybe the king will offer me a chance to help my people and save them from slavery. That's all I really wanted anyway, isn't it?
Chapter 24. Rikran. If you want me to go, then consider it done. Those words ring in my head over and over again. I stand at the entrance of my fortress, the place that's protected me for so long against the hard realities of being all alone inside of this magnificent city. I can't help but wonder how things have gone so wrong. The walls around me seem to grow colder, and the dark far more lonely the longer that I'm here by myself. It's never bothered me before, living inside of this large family home. Though ever since Kiara had stepped foot into it, with her gone, it feels far emptier than ever before. I curl my arms around myself and head back into the main part of my home. Kiara crash landing into my life has done nothing but cause me stress and second-guess myself more than I ever have in my entire life. How is it that one single human woman has been able to make such a mess of me in such a small amount of time? It doesn't seem possible, looking at it from an outward perspective. Yet, here I am, wandering my own home, feeling lost and alone. Her being around me is doing things to my hindbrain that I never thought I'd need to worry about. I've always been good about being upfront with my emotions and my reasoning for the way I conduct myself. Sure, I know I can come across as kind of a prick about it, but at least everyone knew where they stood with me, regardless of whether or not they were looking for my honesty in the first place. At least I never left stones unturned. Questioning my own motives and goals has never been an issue for me, but now I'm beginning to wonder whether or not I've made a massive mistake, even now that I've let her leave my house. If you want me to go, then consider it done. I growl to myself right before throwing my body down onto the plush lounge. Wouldn't it be far to say that by being honest with my intentions is a more noble thing to do than lie and save face? I can't fathom the thought of Kiara being more appreciative of me feeding her false promises or the realities of where we stand. Is it cruel of me? No, not at all, though I suppose I could have handled it a little bit more delicately. Groaning to myself, I rub furiously at my face. Then why is it that I feel so horrible? My goal in life has never shifted or changed, no matter how much I've grown and come into my own person. My dream of working for the king has remained steadfast this entire time, and no human is going to get in the way of that. Even a human as remarkable and beautiful as Kiara. She truly shakes me to my core even without meaning to. It's as if every single part of me is drawn to her in a cosmic way, my hindbrain fixating on her in the way a male does with his mate. But that can't be, right? She's a human. I can't mate with a human. My heart feels tugging into a million different directions, with none of them leading me down a clear and straight path. I yearn for things I can't have, no matter how many times I tell myself that I need to stick to my goal. Despite making a fool of myself in front of Charka, he never seemed bothered by my presence. Short, sure, but he has a lot on his plate currently, so it isn't like I can fault him for his short temper. All of us have been in crisis mode ever since Kiara washed up onto our shores, so I can't imagine the kind of pressure Charka has been under trying to keep the peace with all of us. As remarkable as Kiara is, she is still something new and scary to the rest of our island, and for that, I can't exactly fault everyone's reaction towards her. The rejection is completely unnecessary, though, and that pisses me off more than anything. Sighing, I sit up. I'm cold despite the warm climate outside. Since Kiara's left, she's taken all of the warmth with her, leaving me frigid down to my bones. What's it say about me that, as soon as she's gone, I've realized how much light encapsulates her? Am I crazy? I feel like I am. Grabbing the woven blanket from the back of the couch, I wrap myself up in it before lying back down again. Self-pitying will get me nowhere in the long run, but giving in to the temptation of it is too good of an opportunity to pass up at the moment. My life hasn't exactly been going to plan as of late, and I'm starting to feel the weight of it on my shoulders. Embarrassing myself in front of the king and his advisors has been horrible. But it doesn't sting half as bad as Kiara's dejected expression as she collected her things and walked right out my front doors with her back slowly disappearing from view. The knot in my stomach cramps at the memory. Two parts of me scream inside of my head, one begging me to get up and go after her, and the other telling me that it's stupid to wish for something like that and to focus on repairing my image with Charka. I don't want to have to choose between my dreams and Kiara, but at this point I have no choice. She's made it clear that she isn't going to help me in my pursuits anyway. And who am I to get in the way of her wanting to go back to the king's palace rather than stay here with me? Her decisions to do so tickle a small part of my mind, the piece of me that has been loudly insecure since I found her entangled with Azuzel. It whispers that I wouldn't be good enough for her anyway, even if this, whatever it is between us, could work. Why would she want an orphan like me anyway? I wasn't wanted by my mother, so why on Osiris would a woman as beautiful and headstrong as Kiara? It seems self-pitying, but it's the truth, even though it tears my heart into pieces. Wincing, I press my hand against my sternum where it pulses. Why does that thought affect me so much? Her not wanting me. It seems insane to want to try and make something work with her when it's impossible in the first place. But what if it could? The dark part of my mind whispers back. The thought stuns me. Would Kiara want me if I gave her the choice? I've been so focused on my jealousy over her spending time with Azuzel that I never stopped to ask myself why it bothered me so much in the first place, or why choosing her over my career would matter so much. As if I'm being forced to choose between my dreams and the love of my... Sitting up quickly, I clutch my head, my heart hammering. Love of my life. Is she? Thoughts swim inside my head, rapidly crashing around the inside of my skull. Why else would I be so jealous of Azuzel? Why else would my mind insist on calling her mate even if she wasn't? Why else would the choice over my future hold such weight, her or my dreams? It all seems so obvious. So incredibly mind-numbingly obvious that I want to smack myself in the face. Of course I love her. Why wouldn't I? She's incredible. I have to laugh to myself over my own ridiculousness. Sometimes I can be so blind that it's painful. The priests and priestesses always used to jab at me for it when I was a kid, even though I never truly believed them. I'd always considered myself as straightforward, even with my own wants and desires. Yet, here I am, doing just the opposite. Denying myself something that I want, someone that I want, all because I'm afraid of what will happen to my future. Taking Kiara as my mate will most certainly bar me from the temple's help in regards to becoming an advisor. Even if I were to beg those that raised me and kept me safe for all those years. They are scared of Kiara just as much as the rest of the island. But do I really need them? I've relied on them for so long that I actually don't know what it's like to stand on my own 2 feet and fight for what's mine all on my own. I've always defaulted to them for help whenever I'd been in a bind or needed guidance. They were my crutch, and I used them heavily. Isn't it time, though, that I take matters into my own hands? Stop letting myself be tied down to my old self, and let this new me, the one that claims Kiara as mine, come roaring to life. It seems silly now that I think about it, letting someone like her slip through my fingers due to sheer pridefulness. Even if the other Manticores have dubbed her the harbinger to the end of Osiris, I still want to remain by her side. She brings a light into my life that I never knew I'd been missing. She's changed me in ways that I never thought were possible, and challenged my strong-headed mind like never before. She makes me feel seen, and like I'm actually worthy. No one has ever done that to me before. It's such an admirable quality that I can't help but feel guilty for not seeing it sooner. No matter what I or the other Manticores have thrown at her, she's kept her head held high through all of it. Can she be the one to usher in a new era for Osiris? I stand, tossing the blanket off of myself. While I don't exactly know the answer to that, I at least want to be by her side to find out.
Chapter 25. Kiara. After being escorted through the palace, I'm placed in the same room that I shared with Rikran only a few nights ago. My heart breaks immediately the moment the door closes behind me and the guards disperse outside my door. It doesn't seem fair, coming to terms with my feelings for Rikran only for him to completely reject me without warning. How is it that it makes sense for him to get jealous about another Manticore, his own friend at that, having feelings for me, and it feeling like he claimed me over it while we had sex, to now, this mess? How does any of it make sense? He's been so hard-pressed with possessing me that it never occurred to me that he'd only been doing it out of pure lust. My inexperience in this area has finally come to bite me in the arse. Shuffling over to the bed, I crawl under the covers and bury my face in the same pillow Rikran had crammed under him as he'd slept next to me. Of course, nothing smells like him anymore, the sheets and the rest of the bedding having been washed by now. It makes me sad, knowing that soon I'll be completely erased of him, almost like we'd never happened. My eyes sting with tears at the thought. I'm so stupid, naive enough to think that someone like me would be good enough for someone like him, even though he's a complete bonehead and his ego could be knocked down a few pegs every once in a while. I know his dreams of becoming the king's advisor would take precedent in his mind, but for a small split second, I really thought that I could change his mind, make him see that I too could be a part of his reality, his future. Maybe it's hubris in the end, believing that I could change his mind when he'd been up front with me from the very beginning. I'd read into the signs too closely, taken his affections too seriously when all they really were lust. It's my fault for not realising that I'd been falling for him the second he'd shown me an ounce of kindness. I'd poured myself into him without him even asking me to. And for what? To be humiliated like that when he'd rejected me. I'm so stupid. A knock on my door has me sitting up and blinking blearily at it. Yes? The door opens and one of the servants pops his head into my room. Miss, the king requests your presence. I want to groan out loud. I'm not in the mood to socialise or interact with the very person that Rikran's been salivating over winning favour with. What for? I don't mean for my tone to come out as grouchy as it does, but once it's out of my mouth, I press my lips together. The servant doesn't seem fazed at all, though. Dinner, miss. He asked for me to bring you this as well. Pushing my door open further, he crosses over to my bed and sets down a small bundle that's been wrapped up neatly with a piece of twine holding it all together. I stare at it for a long minute, my brain not really registering what it could be. Shall I send for someone to attend to you? I shake myself, my eyes still glued to the package. No, I'm fine, thanks though. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the servant bow and head back for the door. He hesitates just outside of it, his hand wrapped around the handle. Please let me know if you'd like someone to draw you a bath. Dinner will be ready in an hour. I nod vaguely, lifting my head just enough to flash him a quick smile. With that, he leaves and shuts the door behind him. I sigh and sink back down into bed. Dinner, huh? I end up drawing myself a bath and letting myself soak for almost an hour. The hot heat melts my bones and forces me to relax. I'd poured a bunch of oils into the water before getting in, the scent of them all smelling like a giant garden full of flowers surrounding me. Eventually, my skin prunes and forces me to get out. No one has come to disturb me for dinner yet, so I assume that I haven't been rude in standing up the king with my tardiness. Well, hopefully, anyway. I find a towel and dry myself off before emptying the deep-set tub and heading back into my room. It's a little cooler in here with my skin still damp from the water, but the air feels nice and fresh. The package on my bed stares at me silently, reminding me that the king had sent it to me. With a finger, I tug at the twine and unravel it, revealing a beautiful dark green coloured dress. The fabric is luxurious and soft, much like the dress that he'd given me beforehand. This one has gold stitching running along the collar and down the arms where it curls around the wrists in a pretty and delicate-looking pattern. I stare at it for a long time before finally tossing my towel onto the messy bed and pulling it over my body. For a split second, I wish that Rikran were here to admire it on me. I know that the deep colour complements my eyes nicely and brings out the small flecks of green that hide behind the muddy brown. As silly as it is to want his approval, that soft part of my heart doesn't stop from yearning for it. To have those dark green eyes of his running over me hungrily, taking me all in before ushering me over to him and running his hands over my body in a way that drives shivers up my spine. I hate that I crave him, even when he's not here, when he wouldn't even care in the first place. All he's concerned about is his stupid chance at becoming an advisor. Shaking myself from the thoughts, I brush out my hair and head out of my room. The hallway takes me down to a large foyer that opens up into the rest of the palace. I catch the attention of one of the guards who ends up escorting me to one of the southern halls. I'm amazed at the size of the dining hall once the doors open and I step into it. It's beautiful and grand-looking, with a large table set in the centre that stretches at least a dozen yards. On one end, I see Chaka sitting with a female Manticore at his side. "Kiara." He turns to me when the doors behind me swing closed. "Good of you to join us." My cheeks heat when I see that there is food already placed on the table. I immediately feel bad and sink myself into a curtsy. I hope they haven't been waiting on me too long. "Sit, sit." Chaka waves me off, motioning to one of the chairs across from his companion. No need to be so formal. Clearing my throat, I head over to the table and flash a smile at one of the servants who comes around to pull my chair back for me. I fold my dress under me before sitting, very aware of the two sets of eyes on me. The food displayed on the table is plentiful and smells incredible. Most of it I don't recognise, but I do see that there are some kinds of meat-looking food that have been, thankfully, cooked. "Kiara, this is my lovely mate, Shavia." Chaka puts a hand over hers and smiles at her. "My queen." The love between them is palpable, and something that twists my gut as I watch them stare into each other's eyes longingly. I've only ever seen that kind of love once in my life from my parents. Back then, it used to warm me. But now, I can feel the envy within me creeping up my throat, making me want to scream. I lower my eyes to stare down at my plate, feeling awkward. It isn't their fault that my love has fallen apart, if I can even call it that. What I have had with Rikran, well, it's over now. No sense in being jealous over something that never was. "Kiara, I heard you had some trouble settling in on the island." I lift my head to look at Shavia, taking her in. She really is beautiful. Her fur is a pale yellow that rounds out her soft features. Her eyes are big and blue, oceans deep from what I can see across the table. The tips of her fangs peek out from her lips as she smiles at me. "Oh, I shake my head. "Yes. I didn't know I'd landed here. I thought I was on Milthar." "Yes, Chaka told me as such. Have you settled in all right despite that?" I flash her a smile. "Yes. Everyone's been, hospitable." Next to her, the king huffs. No need to embellish, Kiara. We all know there's been some resistance. I open my mouth to argue, but the words die on my lips. Like he says, there isn't a point in denying the harsh reality that I'm not welcome here, no matter how many people I try to smile and wave at while I'm out and about. Rikran has made it abundantly clear plenty of times around the wise in which I'm denied the hospitality I desperately crave. Actually, Chaka goes on, that's why I asked you to join us tonight. I blink in surprise. Oh? Yes. He folds his hands on the table in front of him. I've been thinking about what you said, and the humans on Orthani. It isn't right that the dark elves are keeping them enslaved as we once were. I would be a hypocrite to turn a blind eye to it. My heart picks up. Is he actually going to help me in freeing the humans? Everything suddenly feels like a dream. My only concern is risking my people's safety. I nod in understanding. I get it. You've all been peaceful for this long. I wouldn't want you to put anyone at risk. He waves his hand. So, you see my problem? I do, unfortunately. Sighing, I sit back in my chair. It's a shame I hadn't been able to take anyone with me while I escaped off the island. Though even if I had, I'm sure the reaction to more than just me from the other Manticores would have been 10 times worse. I want to commend you, Kiara. I blink at the king again. You do? He chuckles. Yes, not many on this island would be so bold as to stand up for what they believe in, let alone someone who's able to speak their mind so freely. My cheeks heat up. I can't take all the credit. Nonsense. You deserve it. He leans back in his own chair. What do you say about being offered a job? A job. Confusion colours my words. Yes, as one of my advisors, I could use someone with your tenacity. I like that fire in you, Kiara. I need someone who has a mindset for change. My mouth drops open. I can't believe he's offering me the one position that Rikran's worked his entire life towards. And so easily too. This really does feel like some kind of fever dream. A part of me wants to accept the offer, out of sheer spite. But the more rational side of me knows that the power I'd feel from doing such a thing would be short-lived and will only serve to leave me more miserable in the end than I already am. Clearing my throat again, I smile. Thank you, sir, but I'm going to have to decline. I'm flattered, though. Really? That's a shame. I bow my head slightly. Like I said, I'm flattered, but all I want is my freedom and to leave in peace. I don't think I can handle any more stress. He laughs. Fair enough. I appreciate your honesty. Drumming my fingers on the table, my thoughts tug back and forth, debating on my next choice of words. Even though Rikran has royally pissed me off and broken my heart, this would be an amazing opportunity for him. I love him and want him to be happy. Even if it isn't with me. Actually, sir, I may know someone that would be fit for the job. Oh, and who might that be? I open my mouth, Rikran's name right on the tip of my tongue when the doors to the dining hall burst open.
Chapter 26. Rikran. Arriving at the palace, I take the steps 2 by 2. My heart pounds with my impending confession. Will she accept me? Will she reject me after I've rejected her? Both of these thoughts war inside of my head. I reach the entrance and nod to both of the guards there, moving to make my way past them when I'm stopped by a hand on my chest. No entry. The king's not seeing anyone today. I flash him a smile that's all fangs and teeth. It's an emergency. My mate's in there, is what I actually want to scream, but catch myself before my tongue is able to work properly. Both guards look me up and down. Doesn't seem like you have an emergency. Oh, for hell's sake. Without warning, I kick one guard closest to me in the chest, sending him flying back down the stairs behind us. He lets out a cry when he hits the first few and crumbles to the ground at the bottom of them. Turning with my elbow stuck out, I nail the second guard in the chest, using all of my body weight to drive us both towards the side of the wall and slamming us into it. He lets out a crush sound before sagging to the ground at my feet. Sorry, guys. I wish I actually meant it. Like I said, emergency. They both groan at me, the one on the stairs starting to shakily get to his feet. I turn and run into the palace, sprinting through the foyer and down to the living quarters on the opposite side. A few other guards spot me and head after me, their shouts carrying over the tiled floors. What I appreciate is that they don't draw their weapons on me as they chase after me. Yet, cutting a corner short, I'm just shy of slamming my body into the wall while putting my hand out to right myself. I hear a few grunts of pain, a few of the guards not being so lucky as me. I have no idea where Charka would have put her. There's over a dozen rooms in this palace which don't include the bedrooms at all. Finding Kiara is going to be like picking through kaffa beans in order to find the darkest colored one. Next to impossible. More shouts from the guards have me picking up my pace. I don't have time to look back behind me to see how many of their attentions I've gotten, but from what it sounds like, it's the entire brigade. The scent of food hits my nose once I peel around another corner. Dinner. Charka would definitely feed her. I head for it. The doors to the dining hall are guarded with another set of guards, both of which I plow through recklessly while simultaneously banging my entire body into the double-wide doors. They burst open, folding inward and careening me to the hard floor inside. I hear Charka curse followed by the sound of a chair being pushed back. Rikran. Groaning slightly, I push myself up onto my hands and knees. A few pairs of hands grab onto the back of me, hauling me up onto my feet and restraining my hands behind my back. My wings are crushed against my spine uncomfortably, making me wince. Immediately, my eyes are drawn to Kiara. Her eyes are wide as she stands up from her chair. The green dress she wears complements her olivey skin tone perfectly, while bringing out her dark eyes. I bite the inside of my cheek, resisting the urge to break free from the guards holding me back so that I can go over there and scoop her up into my arms. Oh, Rikran! She takes a step towards me. Oh, screw it! I fight against the hold over me, grunting in frustration when they double their efforts by pinning me with more arms circling around me. Honestly, if I wasn't so bent on trying to get to Kiara, I would find this funny. What is the meaning of this? Charka's booming voice has everyone freezing. I break away from looking at Kiara and over to him. Surprisingly, he doesn't look upset that I've interrupted a very intimate-looking meal. The Queen stands next to him, partially shielded by one of his outstretched wings. Ah, hell. What am I supposed to say in order to get out of this mess? Charka raises a single eyebrow at me. The small smile playing on his lips confuses me more than it should. Have you come for something, Rikran? I stiffen in the guard's hold. Am I that obvious? My eyes dart back over to Kiara, holding her gaze without wavering from it. Her eyes are wide in confusion. I'm sure our last conversation has played over and over in her head just as much as it has mine. Or at least I hope it has. If not, then all of this is one gigantic, embarrassingly public mistake. I came to talk to you. She surprises me by stealing her gaze and crossing her arms over her chest. Whatever you need to say to me, you can say it right here. If not, you can leave. Ah, there's that strong-headed confidence that I admire so much in her. Even only being hours apart, I've missed her so much that it physically hurts. I wish she'd come over here and wrap her arms around me and tell me that everything is going to be all right. Well, she prompts. She shakes her head at me after my pause of silence. Uncrossing her arms, she waves her hand dismissively and turns back to the table. Whatever. Just leave. No! I jerk against the guards, knocking one of them to the ground. No, wait! Please! She whips around to face me again, eyes widening once more. Please. I swallow back the emotions bubbling up inside my throat. Don't turn away from me, Kiara. Her face softens slightly. I came to tell you something. Shaking my head, I push against the hold on me again. I was stupid. After you left, I realized what an idiot I was being. She doesn't say anything, continuing to stare at me with those big brown eyes of hers, and her mouth turned down into a slight frown. When you left, I realized that you took all of my happiness with you. I was a fool not to realize it sooner. I need you. I choke up as I say the words, the emotions clawing at me as they try to pour out of me. The arms around me loosen up, and I'm only vaguely aware of Charka's hand dropping back down to his side after waving the guards off of me. Stepping forward, I head straight for Kiara, stopping only a few feet from her. "I'm sorry," I whisper to her, swallowing thickly. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel unwanted. It's far from it, in fact." Her eyes shimmer with unshed tears. "What's that supposed to mean?" Kiara's tone is defensive, but her expression tells me a different story. My hands itch at my sides to reach up and cup her lovely face. What I mean to say is that once you left, I realized that I love you. I've loved you since, probably the moment I rescued you from that fire. I force myself to smile, feeling leak out of my eye and wet the fur under it. She sucks in a short breath. You love me?" Nodding, I give in and grab her face, squeezing her cheeks. "I do. I really, really do. I'm sorry I didn't realize it sooner." Time seems to slow while I watch her internally debate herself. Her expression morphs a few times, turning from confusion to anger to disbelief before settling on exasperation. "You idiot!" Kiara throws her arms around me, burying her face in my chest and practically knocking me over. I laugh and grab her, steadying us both before we end up laying on the ground with the wind knocked out of us. "Wow, I didn't realize that our meal came with a show." Charka mumbles from across the room, audible enough for both me and his mate to hear. I hear the queen quietly scold him before saying, "Congratulations, you two." Kiara lifts her face up from my chest, letting out an apprehensive laugh. "Sorry. I don't suppose this means you'd be interested in my proposal for a betrothal to one of my sons," Charka drawls. My head snaps over to him so fast that I'm sure I'll have whiplash in the morning. I glare at him, a subtle growl vibrating in my chest and peeling out between my teeth. He may be my king, but I will do anything to defend my mate from any Manticore coming up into her space, thinking they have a chance with her. Surprisingly, Charka doesn't find my show of dominance offensive at all, and instead laughs. "I'm only joking. I'm glad you've come to your senses, Rikran." That simmers me down immediately. Kiara's arms wrap around my waist, squeezing me into her in a warm embrace. I want to sigh into it and drag her out of here so that we can have more privacy, but at the same time my brain is hardwired to stay in place until my king dismisses me. "I'm sure they want to catch up." Shavia moves her mate's wing to the side and pats his arm. "Don't you think?" Charka snorts. "Yes, I suppose you're right." Waving a hand at me, I'm finally unrooted from my spot. I quickly make to sweep Kiara up into my arms, but am stopped when she puts a hand out to press against my chest. "Wait," she turns back to the table. "About our conversation from earlier." Charka waves his hand at her. "We'll figure out the details tomorrow morning. Shall I send you both food to your room, or will you be too busy to eat?" There's that drawling tone again. I can't help but think that he's enjoying this, teasing us. He must think of us as two young lovebirds, which I guess he isn't far off from in reality. Kiara steps away from me. I mean about the advisor. "Oh yes, what about it?" She gives my king a devious grin, slapping me hard in the chest. "I have the perfect fit for you." My eyes go wide. Suddenly my back goes ramrod straight, feeling eyes focused on me once more. What is she doing? She can't expect to be so bold as to suggest to the king that I... "Oh," he tilts his head. "Rikran, you're interested in an advisor position?" I quickly nod, my voice tight. Yes, sir. There's a brief pause of time that feels like an eternity has passed by. He runs his eyes over me, assessing me with a hard expression that rocks me to my core. Gods, what was Kiara thinking? All right, Charka nods. It's settled then. What? Like I said. My king leans over the table, grabbing a shark utensil and stabbing a piece of warm meat off of one of the plates, turning to offer it to his mate with a soft smile. We'll hammer out the details tomorrow. My heart pounds in my chest. Did he just... Kiara hugs me again, squeezing me so tight that it breaks me out of my trance. Grinning, I scoop her up into my arms and throw her carefully over my shoulder, avoiding the sharp talons on my wings. Thank you, sir. I bow slightly with my arm around her, balancing her. He barely acknowledges me, completely wrapped up and focused on his mate now that he has her eating off of his fork. The scene is so domestic and cute that it has me smiling. Who knew my king could be so soft? Without another word to either of them, I head out of the dining hall with Kiara giggling over my shoulder.
Chapter 27. Kiara. As soon as we leave the dining hall, I'm expecting Rikran to carry me out the front doors of the palace and back to his home, but he surprises me by completely going the opposite direction and back to where the room I'd been staying in is. Rikran? With his foot, he kicks the door open. I wince when it slams against the wall on the other side. Yes, he answers, stepping into the room. He hooks his foot around the door again and kicks it closed before bringing me over to the bed. I laugh when he lays me down, propping myself up onto my elbows to look at him. We're not going home? No time. His hands move up my legs, pulling my dress up with it. I want you now. The finality in his words has me shivering. Him losing control like this, wanting me so badly that the thought of dragging me back to his home is too long of a wait. It sends a thrill of pleasure up my spine. Then take me, I tease. That's enough to drive him wild, apparently, because he shifts me back onto the bed immediately and climbs onto it. He makes quick work of my dress, tugging it off of me and throwing the expensive-looking garment onto the floor like rags. It has me laughing, knowing that it had taken a skilled set of hands to make and stitch it up together to make it look so expensive, and now it's laying on the floor in a heap because we're much too impatient to hang it up correctly. I do the same to Rikran's shirt, pulling it apart to reveal his hard-muscled body underneath. He sheds it just as quickly, flexing his wings behind him once he's free from it. He truly is magnificent-looking, a refined manticore with the fiery passion of a wild beast. Wrapping my arms around his neck, I pull him down into a hard kiss. I missed his lips on me, tasting every inch of me while his hands run over my body. He touches me everywhere, turning me on more and more while his tongue curls around mine. It draws a groan out of me. I want him so badly. These sentences are too naughty for YouTube. To finish reading, head over to worldsofprotheka.com. Better yet, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products when you check out. And if that isn't good enough, rest assured that this discount code can be combined with any discount already offered on audiobook and ebook bundles. Where were we? His breath is quick against my neck where he buries his head. Missed you. I smile at his soft words. I never would have thought that after our fight, Rikran would return my feelings, but I'm glad he has. I'm glad he came after me to chase me down before I could leave for good. I don't know what I would have done if I'd been forced to live the rest of my life without him. Of course I'd carry on, but the darkness inside of me would be hard to shake, especially if I ended up seeing him around the city. Turning toward him, I rest my cheek against his forehead. You really meant what you said in front of the king, that you love me. He kisses my neck softly. Every single word. I tear up at that. No one has ever loved me this fiercely before. How is it that I escaped from my slave owners to end up on an island filled with gentle creatures, and a man that wanted to love and protect me. How can I be so lucky? As I sniffle softly, Rikran lifts his head. Kiara? Ugh. I cover my face with my hands, embarrassed. He tugs them away immediately. Are you hurt? I scoff. He's so ridiculous. No. Then why are you crying? I feel him move next to me, his body coming to hover over mine while he stares down at me. There's a concerned look on his face that makes me smile. Your words make me happy. He blinks at me. You're crying because you're happy? I shove at his chest. Don't make me sound so weird. He laughs softly before leaning down to gently kiss me on the forehead. Forgive me, I didn't mean to. I did mean what I said to you back there. Every single word. Every single feeling. They're all for you. My ears tear up more. Stoop. He kisses down my face. Never. I fold my arms around his neck and pull him down against me, letting him settle his weight on top of me comfortably before relaxing back down onto the mattress. I love you too. His head turns towards mine, presses his cheek against mine. Really? Yes, I really, really do, even though sometimes I could sock you. He laughs. Right in the mouth? Oh yeah, that's a good spot. He flexes his wings behind his back, letting them come down to rest over us, cocooning us inside of a warm shield. My hands run down his shoulders, tracing the lines of muscle gently while running them through his fur. You didn't have to volunteer me to Chaka like that. I smile. You deserve it, Rikran. He wouldn't have agreed to it so quickly if he didn't also think that. That sounds so weird to hear. I've been working towards that goal for so long that at one point it didn't seem possible. Cupping hand under his face, I pull him up to look at me. You're going to make a great advisor to him. He smiles just enough for the tips of his fangs to poke out. You think so? I know so. Leaning down, he kisses me gently. I'm happy. So happy. You're too sweet to me. I want to argue with that, but maybe another time. For now, I bask in the afterglow with Rikran and find myself feeling finally at peace.
Chapter 28. Rikran. A few months later. See to it that the border city has a fresh supply of water in order to grow their crops. I don't want them being hit with another dry season when it can be avoided this early in the season. I nod and scrawl on my notepad as Charka continues to babble on. Oh, also, what are we doing with the textile shortage? Next to me, Chiad shifts on his feet. We're working with the local seamstresses in order to figure out which textiles need to be prioritized while we irrigate the fields. Good. Follow up with that by the end of the week. Of course, sir. I lift my head, tucking my pencil behind my ear. Sir, we were going to talk about the extra venue space for the traveling merchants coming into the city next week. Charka stops pacing in front of his desk to face me. Ah, yes. You have the plan drafted yet? Feeling proud at being prepared, I turn to the mess of papers stacked on top of the short desk over where the rest of the advisors usually sit. I grab my folder and hand it to him, tucking my hands in front of my waist while he leafs through it. After a few moments, he nods. Excellent. I'll have this pass through in order to get those spots ready. I bow my head slightly only to hide my smile. It'd taken me weeks of going back and forth with Kiara trying to decide on where to shift the already crowded bazaar around enough to fit 3 extra booths that would be set up next week for the festival. Thankfully, she's a brilliant visualizer and can easily sort through that kind of chaos. Without her, I'd be sunk. I believe that's all for today, sir. Charka breathes out, slowly relaxing. All right. Fantastic work. We'll meet next week for finalizations. Yes, sir. We all echo back to him. He waves to us all, dismissing us from his office while settling back down into his chair on the other side of the desk. I stay as the other 6 advisors leave, waiting until the door is firmly shut before turning back to my king. I mean it about your work lately, Rikran. He leans forward, resting his arms on the desk. You've impressed me. I smile. I can't take all the credit, actually. He raises a brow. Why not? Surely the others have been too busy to help you. If not, I certainly need to pile onto their workload. I laugh, holding up my hands. No, nothing like that. I meant that I've been consulting with Kiara. He lets out a wistful sigh. Has she reconsidered my offer? Unfortunately, no. Charka shakes his head. What a shame. I know, but she wants to live. He waves his hand at me, cutting me off. Free and peacefully. Yeah, she's already given me the speech. Him talking about her so affectionately, despite his outward grumpiness that usually does a good job at covering it up, fills my chest with pride. She really is an incredible woman. I love hearing other people talking about her even when she isn't around. Since things have calmed down within the city, people have slowly begun getting used to her. They aren't quite at the accepting level yet, but at least they aren't outright hostile anymore. It's a small step, but at least it's forward. One day she'll come around. Charka mumbles, more to himself than to me. I find it funny that he's so bent on getting Kiara to join us, but I can't say I blame him. She's brilliant and headstrong, all of the qualities that Charka looks for in someone he trusts. Honestly, if she were a part of this team, she'd run circles around all of us. Actually, speaking of Kiara, I wanted to talk to you. He lifts his head slightly. Oh? I'm planning on asking her to be my mate tonight. A sly look settles over his face. Well, it's about time. The Queen and I had a bet going on about how long it would take you to come to your senses. That has me scoffing. I thought you said I already have. This is a new coming to your senses. The real one, the one that counts anyway. What is the difference? I want to ask. But then again, I don't think I actually want the answers. It's better left up to being ambiguous anyway. Well, I'm taking her out through the temple and onto that beach where she landed. I thought it would be nice to watch the sunset from there. Charka nods and claps his hands together. Excellent. A play on where she came from to where she is now. I like it. I didn't exactly plan for that, actually. But now that he mentions it, it makes sense. I'd planned on taking her out there because she described the view as beautiful many times, and I thought it would be nice for her to see again when I asked her. I've never been one for symbolism, finding it a little too on the nose sometimes, but in this case, it fits perfectly. Rikran. I snap to attention. Sir? He smiles at me. Why are you still in my office? Don't you have a mate to go propose to? I huff, smiling. You're right. As he leans back in his chair, he gives me another sly look. Go on then. I have a nice vacation to the other side of the island riding on you right now. I laugh. Of course, sir, I wouldn't want to disappoint. That's what I like to hear. I take Kiara's hand in mine as we descend the steps down into the jungle right outside of the temple. It gleams against the setting sun, casting an ethereal-looking glow around the trees where it hits the light. I wanted to wait to take her out here, just before the sun dips below the horizon, so that we could get that romantic feel on the beach while we walked it. She smiles up at me when she catches me staring at her, the glow from the temple and the sunset making her eyes look molten. I cup her face and pull her into a kiss, loving how she buries herself into me while sighing softly. This feeling of contentment. I've never felt it so deeply in my life. It's incredible to know that my forever is standing right here in front of me, probably having no idea how much she means to me. I try to express it to her, but words never feel like they're enough at the end of the day. There's a part of me that wants to reach inside of my chest and pluck my own heart out in order to gift it to her. As gruesome as it sounds, it feels like the only appropriate gift I have that would have any meaning. Tugging her through the dense brush, I head for the shores. She follows close next to me, her arm twined with mine and my wing curled protectively around her body. There are no threats out here, at least that I know of, but it makes me feel better nonetheless to be cautious. I can't wait until you see the sunset out here. She grins up at me. It's going to blow your mind. I bet. I'm more nervous than excited at the moment, but I try to not let that show. Think your boat is still out here? She gasps. I forgot about that. That has me laughing. When we reach the break in the trees, I pull back a low-hanging branch for her to walk under before following myself. The sand on the shore is soft and malleable, moving with our steps and sinking us slightly as we walk. Look, Kiara points. It's still here. Turning, I see her small boat rocking gently against the waves coming in from the sea. Surprisingly, it is still out here and looking barely touched, which surprises me more than it should. Apparently, the quality of that boat is very good considering where she got it from. Should we pull it out? I tease. She nudges me. Only if you want to go skinny dipping to save your clothes. I scoop her up into my arms, drawing a giggle out of her. You tempt me. Her lips land on my cheek, kissing me loudly along my jaw before nuzzling into the fur at my neck. Hopefully she can't hear my heart racing from where her ear is pressed up against, because if she does, she'll likely think that I'm dying. I set her down gently, hating that I have to let her go long enough to turn her to face me. Kiara. She tilts her head back to look at me. Rikran. Gods, I love how my name rolls off her tongue so easily. A shiver rolls up my spine that I have to force not to heat my body up. We'd have plenty of time to roll around in the sand afterwards. This is too important to mess up because of my ridiculous attraction for her. I want to ask you a question. She gives me a weird look. You brought me all the way out here to ask me something? Yes. Her eyes dart around briefly. This isn't about actually getting the boat out of the water, right? Holding back another laugh, I shake my head. No, the boat is just a nice part of the ambience. She shoves her hands against my chest. Funny. I grin, grabbing her wrists and keeping her hands planted there. It's actually a question about us. A brow shoots up. Okay? Sucking in a slow breath, I calm myself down enough to focus. Slowly sinking to one knee, I stare up at her while holding her hands in mine. Behind her, the sun crests right along the curves of her shoulders, casting her in a red glow. She's so beautiful. Kiara, I love you. She smiles softly. I love you too. That single sentence warms every piece of my soul. I want you to know that when I look at you, I don't just see the person I'm with, but a person I want to spend the rest of my future with. You're the single most important being in my life, and it would truly honor me if you would take me as your mate. And I you. Her eyes go wide. You're... me? I laugh. Yes. You. You want to be my mate? Yes. Her eyes shimmer with tears, highlighted by the faded orange above us. Rikran. I squeeze her hands. Please say yes. Yes, oh gods, yes. 1,000,000 times. Pulling her hands away from mine, she throws her arms around my shoulders in order to bury her face in my neck. Her body vibrates gently against mine as a soft laugh works its way up from her chest. You really mean it? I squeeze my arms around her. Be my mate, Kiara, forever. Pulling back to look at me, she kisses me softly before saying, Of course I will.
Chapter 29. Kiara. The next month is filled with so many preparations for the mating. Apparently matings are a big deal on Osiris, especially in Bizar, and the entire thing takes place over several days, with many events. Absolutely everyone is invited to the ceremony and the banquet afterwards. King Chaka and Queen Shavia insist on hosting the mating for us, as a gift for bringing my wisdom and insight to their land. The Queen orders her handmaidens to sew my dresses, and the King's tailor makes Rikran's outfit. The first day is the day of the blessing. We have to get the Triad's blessing on the union. In the morning, the Queen comes to my room in the palace, and I'm placed in a cream-coloured dress with silver trim. It's got sleeves that go down to my elbows, and the dress itself is fitted around the top and flares out around the hips. A garland of white blossoms is placed on my head, and I'm adorned with fine jewels. The rims of my eyes are lined in kohl, and they paint a muted red colour on my lips. Rikran is dressed similarly in a long-sleeve cream and silver tunic with silver pants. I watch his eyes widen as I'm brought from the palace along the walk to the temple, where he is waiting. "Come!" One of the priestesses who raised Rikran is in charge of securing the Triad's blessing. Avadvar beckons us into the temple, and Rikran takes hold of my arm, walking us inside. Avadvar has us kneel at the altar to the Triad and bring forth our offerings. Rikran beckons Azuzel over, who has plates filled with delicious meats and fruits, along with flowers and incense that we carefully place on the large altar stone. Azuzel and Rikran manage to patch things up, though he doesn't really let me hang out with him alone anymore, even though Azuzel has assured him that he would never do anything like that again. I'm not entirely pleased about it, but at least the three of us can spend time together at his shop when Rikran has errands in town. Once the offering has been placed, 3 priestesses, led by Avadvar, chant in prayer for what feels like ages. I start to feel drowsy, but Rikran squeezes my hand in his to keep me awake. Finally, Avadvar speaks. "The Triad has accepted your offerings and your union has been blessed," she declares. The ceremonial flame is then lit. It will stay lit until after the 3rd day of festivities. We are led from the temple along the path to the city, where the citizens watch our procession with vested interest. Some are still unhappy about my presence here, but many are excited to celebrate with us. The 2 of us are led into a small shop and sat in front of a skilled artist, the same one who tattooed the king himself. "Welcome," he says with a solemn smile. He worked with us for the last few weeks on a design. It's tradition in some Manticore households to get tattoo markings as part of the mating. Our artist designed something based on our personalities and created something that will be tattooed on our hands. When our hands are linked, the complete design can be seen in full. He starts with Rikran, who only grumbles a little about being poked with the tiny needle. I watch attentively, fascinated by the detail that the artist is able to create. The swirling lines and circles represent the paradise blossom and the eternal flame, each of us. "I call you Blossom because your scent reminded me of our paradise blossoms," he told me after he proposed. "You're delicate and soft-looking, but there's something tough about a blossom that can survive on an island, through storms and waves and wind and sand. I think it fits me perfectly." When Rikran is done, the artist starts on me. It hurts a little, but the pain is mostly bearable. It's satisfying to watch the design come together when our hands are intertwined. Swirls and intricate lines converge and diverge, creating an outline of a paradise blossom being engulfed in the eternal flame of the temple. It looks amazing, and when I look up into Rikran's green eyes, they're blurred with tears. "I can't believe you want to be my mate," he says. I reach out and cup his cheek, brushing away the tears with my thumb. "I love you," I tell him. "I want to be yours. Forever." We finish up and then are led away from each other for the evening. The next day will be our mating ceremony, and we each need time to prep. I take a long, hot bath that night in the palace hot springs, staring up at the stars. Who would have thought I would find such joy and happiness when I crash-landed on this island? I was all alone, and I never thought I would be as happy and free as I am now. When I go to bed, pillowses flutter in my stomach, and I fall asleep with a grin on my lips. The next morning, the Queen wakes me, and I am brought to Her Majesty's chambers to dress. "You are a part of our community now," she says, as her servants braid my hair. "I want you to feel as though you have a place here." She squeezes my hand. "You are part of the Manticore family now, Kiara. The king would like to honor you by giving you a Manticore last name. He has selected Rishk, which means hardship is over. Would you like that? Yes, I say, tears welling up in my eyes. I never had a last name. I never truly belonged anywhere before. Then you shall be known as Kiara Rishk, she says, touching my shoulder lightly. The servants finish braiding jewels into my hair and begin to paint my face with more kohl and powders. I'm given even more jewels to borrow than yesterday, along with the ceremony gown, made in beautiful, shiny orange fabric with gold trim and accents. The gold symbolizes the triad's blessing on our union. The orange represents me. The fabric is stiff and heavy, and I turn in circles, watching myself in the looking glass. I look nothing like the scrubby little orphan who washed up on shore not so long ago. I stand with my head held high now, happiness in my eyes. It is time, the king says. I look up and he stands at my door, ready to escort me to the temple where our ceremony will take place. He and I walk together, my arm in his. You look so happy, he says. I am so glad that we could offer you a place here. You will bring us great wisdom and insight. I am honoured to bring you to your mate today. My heart feels as though it can't get more full. We reach the temple and stand there together, while all the guests crowd around, watching as Rikran comes in, riding the largest samnak I've ever seen. He looks so regal sitting atop the animal, dressed in a fine red tunic with gold embroidery and matching pants. Kiara, he says, descending the animal. I offer you this garland of paradise blossoms. And I offer you this garland of paradise blossoms, I echo, holding my own up. There's a pause. A silly superstition, I've been told, dictates that whomever places their garland first holds the power in the relationship. Rikran has definitely had some hang-ups about that. Then he tilts his head, letting me place my garland first. I almost start crying on the spot. I kiss him on the cheek as soon as I'm done, and then he places my garland, and we walk side by side to the temple steps where our canopy is. Under the canopy, which is colourfully decorated in a rainbow of flowers and silk curtains, we stand together with Avadvar. 3 of the temple priests come and throw coal onto the ceremonial fire. I stare in awe, noticing the tears in Rikran's eyes. This is usually done by the groom's family. The priests are showing that Rikran is considered family to them. The fire represents the patron, and we join hands and slowly circle the fire 3 times. Rikran Chausiku, your temple family declare that as your family, we give you to Kiara Rishk, she says. Rikran looks stunned. I think he's realising how much more he means to the priests and priestesses than he ever realised. Kiara Rishk, you are a Manticore citizen, and the king and queen, as the head of the Manticore people, give you to Rikran Chausiku, and now you are joined in this life and the next, Avadvar declares. May your blessings overflow and your cup never run dry. We kneel and she gives us each a bowl with red powder inside and a brush. Rikran dips his brush into the powder and draws a line across my forehead, which I repeat on him. This symbolises that we now belong to each other. We hug and the crowd erupts into cheers. We're led on Samnak to the palace where the reception is being held. It will have most of the citizens in attendance and will last long into the night. There is music and dancing, and everyone is dressed in their most colourful clothing. People come up to us, giving us hugs and well wishes all evening. Rikran snatches a quiet moment with me to kiss me in private. I love you so much, he says, stroking the strands of hair out of my face that have fallen from my braid during the dancing. I love you too, I tell him, kissing him fiercely. I never want this happiness to end. It never will, Blossom, Rikran says, making me realise I said that out loud. As long as I am by your side, you will never know sorrow or hardship again. And with that, he sweeps me into his arms and back to the dance floor.
In a world of elves, demons, and liches,
What would you choose?
Power?
Or passion?
Would you stab the monster in the back?
Or take him to bed?
The Immersive Fantasy Audiobook Bundle has it all.
Go to worldsofprotheka.com to get access.
Use code YouTube30 to get an additional 30% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.